play. I think we're just seeing that story over and over and over again. The 5-forward thing is interesting. They got to continue to tinker with it, but it just feels like one of the most difficult tasks, despite it being on paper something that should seem simple. You got great players out there with a man advantage, and yet it's a really difficult task here, proving to be for Marc Savard.
Yeah, I think maybe tonight is an opportunity. We'll see if they get a power play, but there's no Austin Matthews tonight in the lineup, so you're already going to get some opportunity to shake things up. And having that Matthews-Marner partnership that felt unbreakable, well, now you can kind of play around with what maybe Marner would look like on a different power play unit without hurting anyone's feelings or making it feel like there's a team A and a team B. So maybe tonight we see something creative. I think I'm at the point where this is going to sound crazy, but can you put out, a third or fourth line grinder that's going to give it their all in the corner and dig the puck out? Like, at this point, nobody's good. So why not give someone that's really going to try to earn that moment? Like, the power play used to be a privilege to be on. You had to earn it. And if you weren't good, someone else would go on it. At this point, it's just been handed to the same people and over and over and over again. And maybe there's no urgency. Maybe there's no, I gotta produce because it's failing and failing and failing. And at some point, you just might need to change it up.
Part of the problem is that they don't have guys like that. Who would you Matthew Nyes is kind of that guy, but he gets some
Matthew
power play
Nyes,
time.
yeah, but he's a first liner now.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of exactly the haves and have-nots. He's quickly become a have on this.
It's a hard
Leafs
problem
team.
because you're right. I don't know if Bobby McMahon's gonna.
He's the only guy. That makes sense.
Maybe him. Nick Robertson's back in the lineup tonight.
Yeah,
do you
but
give him a chance?
I mean, he's very periphery,
he's on his way out the door. It feels like, so maybe not. I definitely don't want Reeves in there. Steven Lorenz, the guy that was so passionate to be a Maple Leaf, maybe he gets in front of the net and knocks one. And I don't know. I don't know the answer. It's the worst power play in the league. You just can't keep running the same thing out. Like
Todd Bowles last night and the decision not to go for 2, though. So easy to criticize. You put Steven Lawrence on the power play. You know what I mean? You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't at this point.
Just maybe decline the power play.
But for Boston, and we probably shouldn't bring up Justin Brazeau. He just started his career with the Toronto Maple Leafs organization. Yeah. But that's big body, throw it in front of the net, someone who's coming up from the system, playing well on a fourth line, your own guy, Bobby McMahon, that hasn't necessarily been the thing for the Maple Leafs, a conveyor belt of talent that can push guys. But again, that's just not how this team is set up. It's set up with haves, have-nots. The haves get the power play time, and if they're not running the power play effectively, which they haven't, of course, this season, it puts them in a really tough spot.
So Leafs are 35, 19, and 2 all-time without Austin Matthews in the lineup. Obviously, they're better with Austin Matthews in the lineup, but maybe there is a little bit of you elevate your play because your superstar's out of lineup. We see that sometimes across all sports. So tonight, that opportunity goes to Max Domi to center the top line. And I mean, you mentioned it there with Josh. This is a huge opportunity for him, and it's needed for him to start doing more than just running around out there.
Yeah, clearly. I mean, Max Domi can play really effective hockey with really good players. He is a good, not ancillary piece, but someone who can definitely facilitate talent. He can make really good passes. He's not afraid to make passes. He's kind of afraid to shoot the puck, and maybe he'll take a few more shots with Mitch Marner, who's a distributor himself. But yeah, you put him with a talented player, you're likely going to get some pretty good results. But the situation is broken down. It's as such that, he's got to play third line role, and there's not that much talent on the third lines. Put him in a difficult spot to at least be a contributor offensively. But when he played with William Nylander to start the season, really effective. They were really dynamic within their offensive partnership, and Max Domi, you shouldn't be afraid to move him into this position when there is an injury. He's kind of the perfect guy to move from the bottom 6 to the top 6 and keep the offensive game going. But Josh is right. It underscores how little there is, especially on the third line in terms of talent, but also how simple the fix is. If you just drop a really good third line center who is defensively responsible, but also competent offensively, it changes the entire look of this team, because then all of a sudden you do have 3 lines that can score and play well defensively. Right now, Tavares and Nylander, the partnership has been too strong to break up with Pacioretty. And it seems like it's the unbreakable bond between Marner and Matthews. So if they can get someone who can anchor that third line center position, and I guess Pontus Holmberg has an opportunity to show that he can do it, but I think there should be some skepticism, around that. I just think if you drop a Ryan O'Reilly type, again, that would have been great 3 years ago. But this year, something like that, I think it just changes the entire complexion of this forward group and makes them so much more dynamic and complete.
Let's quickly talk about the Bruins. 6-6-1. They had a really tough start, but they got blown out by the Hurricanes 8-2 on Halloween, and then they responded really well with 2 shutout wins against Philly and Carolina. Obviously, the last time the Leafs played the Bruins, that was that 4-3 overtime loss where Matthews kind of gave the puck away, and then Marchand scored the OT winner. So they've only played each other once this season. We obviously know about their storied playoff history, but Jim Montgomery's been in the headlines a lot lately. Most recently was against this team back against Seattle. He benched Pastrnak for the entire third period versus Seattle, even though they were winning, because he made a mistake. And I don't know if he's just like he's trying to get his team back.
Yeah, he's coaching like there's no tomorrow, and there may not be
and that's
tomorrow for Jim
There's
Montgomery.
urgency for Jim Montgomery. So this game tonight, urgency as well. Pastrnak gets benched. I feel like he comes out tonight and does some damage. Just the way that he's been able to push buttons. We even saw last year when was it Marchand who gets, or no, it was Pastrnak.
No, it was Pastrnak. He called out and he scored the overtime winner in Game 7.
Sometimes the coach knows what kind of buttons to push, and he might have pushed.
Well, you got to give Jim Montgomery respect, because you could kind of play it safe and hope that you have success and that you get a contract. But he's burning the bridges potentially. He's definitely not afraid to make these difficult decisions, and he's trying to get the response. Do these players still want to play for me? Well, he's being as Jim Montgomery as he possibly can, I guess, to find out that answer. And if it leaves him without a job at the end of the year or at some time during the year, then I guess so be it, because nothing is promised to him.
You gotta go down swinging.
Regardless. But the Bruins have responded recently. They have back-to-back shutout wins over the Kraken and Flyers since getting blown out by the Carolina Hurricanes 8-2. It seemed like that Leaf win turned around their season, but they did meet adversity right after that. But the response since their worst outing of the year has been immensely positive. So this might be a dangerous time to draw the Boston Bruins and Jim Montgomery and David Pastrnak.
And Jeremy Swayman, who's been playing really well. He's got a 4-4-1 record, 3.16 goals against average and an .895 save percentage, but shutout. And he just, he's getting his feet under him still. Obviously, we know he didn't play for the preseason. He just joined the team kind of late, a guy that you don't want to face in net. But we got Anthony Stolarz in net for the Maple Leafs, the guy that I think has clearly taken over the number one spot in the crease, and maybe one of the best stories of a pickup this offseason that I didn't put enough credit into, a lifetime backup who's getting an opportunity to run with it, and he's building confidence. The team looks like they want to play in front of him, so it's been really positive. I'm a big fan of Anthony Stolarz. So we got a great goalie matchup tonight, too.
We do. Anthony Stolarz has been awesome. Like, the last outing, the last few outings, maybe not as good as it was, at least to start. He doesn't look like superhuman as he was to start his tenure with the Maple Leafs. But he's given you everything you could possibly ask for from a goaltending perspective so far, giving them a tandem that, could be 50-50, but right now Stolarz is pulling a little bit more out of it. Because we only have a couple minutes on the other side, we'll give you the lines very quickly here for the Maple Leafs. As expected, Matthew Nyes, Max Domi and Mitch Marner on the top line, Pacioretty, Tavares, and Nylander, McMahon, Holmberg in that 3C with Nick Robertson on the right side, and then Lorentz, Kampf, and Reeves will be the fourth line. On the back end, Riley and Ekman-Larsson, McCabe and Tanev, and Benoit, Connor Timmins.
And Anthony Stolarz in net. All right, so we've got kind of like so it's been a bit of a quiet week in terms of finding out more about what's going to happen with Austin Matthews. We find out today that he's not in the lineup. The Maple Leafs play again later this week on Friday night against Detroit on a back-to-back. They play Montreal the next night. Both of those are at home. So they're home for the next little while. Maybe that bodes well for him. Maybe it doesn't. Maybe he's just taking one day off before they has a back-to-back. But let's say we don't see Austin Matthews for the next couple games. I think it's a great opportunity for some other people to step up. The Leafs are pretty good without him in the lineup. But his goal-scoring pace was a bit concerning. I don't know if you were surprised to find out that he's hurt, but now that we know, it kind of draws a correlation.
Yeah, not necessarily surprised. And again, I don't think you can excuse not the most prolific start with this because we just don't know. But this has been a theme of Austin Matthews' career where when it hasn't looked right, there's been an injury or there's been something that's been nagging him just a little bit because, this has been one of the most prolific goal scorers in the league, certainly so at 5-on-5, and we just haven't seen that same punch from him. So I wouldn't be surprised if, it was dragging him down just a little bit.
So he won't be our player to watch, but we'll give you that on the other side of the break. We'll come back on Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 This Band and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs, to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365. Must be 19 or older. Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Craig. Craig likes it warm. Craig loves 71 degrees Fahrenheit. Craig doesn't understand Fahrenheit. But Craig does like to save money when he's at work. Craig also cares about his carbon footprint. He's so thoughtful, that Craig.
With SmartFlow from Enbridge Sustain, you won't have to think about your HVAC, but it will always be thinking of you. For a limited time, sign up and get up to $1,000 in bill credits and apply for up to $3,000 in rebates. Learn more at EnbridgeSustainSmartFlow.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Getting my Honda CR-V has opened the door to adventure. With Econ Mode to maximize fuel efficiency, I'm free to explore. And with tons of cargo space, it's easy to pack for getaways. My dog, camping gear. It's like I've discovered a wild, adventurous side of me. Alice is excited too.
Lease the CR-V LX two-wheel drive for $99 weekly at 2.99% APR for 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer
What's up, insiders? How we doing tonight? I'm in the middle of cleaning, so I don't have the green screen here. Great to see everybody in the chat. Zipold, Axeman, Lisa, Gary Lloyd, good evening from Barbados. Great evening to you. Lucky, man. Beautiful. I'm sure it's nice, and the weather is great in Barbados. Stefan in Jamaica tonight. Pick a country. That's where Stefan is. Love it, man. Trev Levy, thanks for hanging out with us, and there you go. Great to see Zipold, man. We're going to have a great night tonight. The Buds are winning tonight, all right? I'm calling it tonight. We're winning. We're getting the monkey off our back. It's been over 2 years since we beat the Bruins in a regular season game. That changes tonight. Let's go. I'll put it back to the pregame, and we'll see you guys during the intermission. And in between the commercial breaks. We'll see you then. Cheers, everybody.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM. Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final. That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City. Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern. And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. Hockey lives here.
Suzuki sweeps it, there's a chance, rebound, Caulfield, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
For details.
This is Molson Leafs Hockey.
We're about to bring the world right now. Sound the alarm!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Welcome to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan of the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Maple Leafs hosting the Boston Bruins tonight without Austin Matthews in the lineup. Both teams looking to build on some of the higher points of their season. They've also had some downs. It's been an interesting year for both teams.
It has been an interesting year. Like, you normally with these rivalry games, we don't get as many as we used to. Like, you kind of want them a little later in the season. Boston, a nice measuring stick game in mid-March. That'd be great. But these two teams are facing each other in what seems to be the most important times of their season, at least for the Boston Bruins, who were in dire straits the last time these two teams met. It's a little bit better now, but still Boston trying to find its level to start the year. And then it's a test here with the Maple Leafs without Austin Matthews and suddenly below 500, at least from a wins and losses perspective. Now 6-5-2 on the season are the Maple Leafs. So yeah, both these teams hasn't been, perfect to start. But sometimes they bring out the best of each other. Maybe that's normally with Boston, but a good opportunity here for the Maple Leafs to put their foot in the ground, get a win without a superstar against a longtime rival.
Leafs are 35-19-2 all time without Austin Matthews. So historically, they will find a way. Let's look at our key to victory brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealers. Up your game, lease to CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com.
Yeah, and the key to victory for me is to embrace the natural response to losing a superstar. As you mentioned, the record is really good without Austin Matthews, so the Maple Leafs kind of get it, right? They get that they all have to a man, raise their level individually and as a collective to be better than they were because, that's going to be what's required to get a victory without your superstar. It's something we see in sports all the time. A superstar goes down, everybody else lifts their game. It may only be temporary, but for the Maple Leafs, if they can harness that tonight, they get a victory over the Boston Bruins.
Yeah, I think we're going to see some opportunities for like Domi on the top line to be able to maybe make his impact known. Nick Robertson's back in the lineup and probably looking to get on that score sheet and continue to keep himself in the lineup. So everybody's getting a little bit more of a moment to shine. So if the Maple Leafs can make that happen, then it won't be a problem that Austin Matthews isn't playing.
Plenty of options then for the player to watch, presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca. Ailish, who do you have circled for the player to watch?
I could have went a lot of ways with this, but I went with William Nylander, plus 140 for an anytime goal. Willie's been one of the most consistent, been able to put the puck in the net throughout the start of the season. He's also going to be probably given a better opportunity on the top unit on the power play, as the shooter. But his buddy, David Pastrnak, on the other side, is going to be kind of like my actual player to watch. I didn't want to give a Bruin, but he got shelled out. He got in trouble. He's been, benched by Jim Montgomery. I think he comes up and raises his level of play, which means I think William Nylander does the same. So it's a bonus player to watch.
There you go. Dueling 88s on the marquee for
tonight.
you.
If you want a David Pastrnak goal too, is plus 110. I think both of those guys make their impact known tonight. It's kind of an 88 night.
And knowing you have them parlayed up.
I do. And Justin Brazeau. Just a bonus little story.
New Liskard, baby.
Yeah, I think he might make some noise tonight. You know what? I don't know. It's just going to be a fun, sloppy night.
There you go.
Nothing else to watch tonight. Just this.
I'm going to be watching Max Domi, though. It's been a tough ride for Max Domi, at least over the last 7 games without a point. Has not scored this season. Playing with Mitch Marner, all of a sudden we saw a lot of good Max Domi when he was on the top line near the end of last season. So hopefully he can extract that same old Max Domi from last year and have a big night offensively.
All right. Our players to watch is everybody. We'll throw it over to Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph with the call of the first period next. It's Leafs and Bruins at Scotiabank Arena. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every fantasy football champion makes one defining move.
Brock Bowers is going to be the #1 receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders. And if you have him, congratulations.
Touchdown Raiders! Fantasy Sports Radio can help you make that move.
It's really important to pay attention to the drops when waivers run. You're going to see some decent players drop, so make sure you always look at the drop list.
Listen to the best analysts for lineup advice, trade questions, and roster moves. Make your move with Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM.
What's up, Maple Leafs fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I just had to say thank you to all of you, whether you've been here since 365 days ago, when we had 4,575 insiders, or if you just joined in the most recent game last night, bringing us to the total of 55,283 insiders. Thank you so much for being a part of our awesome Toronto sports community. Now let's cheer on our buds. We've got to cheer on our Leafs tonight and get loud in the chat. I want to see a lot of Go Leafs go out there because we need this win over the Bruins. It's been over 2 years. Let's get them. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
Bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM. Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final. That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City. Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern. And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kachekov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app. Radio Network.
Leafs and the Boston Bruins and the defenders of the Disc Dungeons tonight, brought to you by Molson. Molson, everyone in. Anthony Stollers is 4-2-2 lifetime again, or this season, but 0-1 lifetime against the Bruins, and that was earlier this year, losing in overtime. Jeremy Swayman, 4-4-1 this season. 3.16 gets the call for the Bruins as we are underway. The puck down in the Toronto zone to our right. Jake McCabe coming out of his own zone with a pass on the right wing. Marner into the slot area now, and a shot off the shoulder of McCabe by Knives, or off Swayman's shoulder by Knives. Comes back into the Toronto end. Banked out into the center ice area. Marchand bodied there by Domi. Marchand looking for a penalty as the elbow came up a little there. May have caught him in the proboscis. Up on the right. Well, on the right wing side, brought in with a sharp angle shot taken there by Brazeau off the side of the net. Bruins cycle the puck down around back of the net. Riley let it go. Hustling into the corner is Charlie Coyle. Coyle tied up there by Tavares. Puck poked but not out, and still not out as it was blocked there, and McCabe couldn't get it up the wing. Back to the point. Lindholm's shot deflects wide of the goal. To the near side, kept alive by Brandon Carlo. Bruins with good pressure here, but not getting any real scoring opportunities because of it, as it goes around the boards, and now Tavares unable to reach it, and around back of the net for Coyle. Coyle on the near boards, back to the point, and the shot coming, and it was just off the mark wide. Another shot from the far side is blocked. The Leafs are finally going to get possession, and now see if they can get the puck out of their own end. McCabe's been on for this entire siege down in his own end. Now here's Robertson working in with a shot, and into the glove. It's swallowed up by Swayman as Nick Robertson showed a good flash coming down the left wing. 1-on-4 at that time as everybody else was stepping on their tongues trying to get to the bench.
Good thing he got it on net, was able to at least have Swayman covered up and get an offensive zone face-off for the Leafs. But, I mean, this is, you've had Robertson, McMahon, and Max Domi as a line, and they just haven't been able to produce anything offensively.
Now it is Pontus Holmberg in between. Robertson with a sharp angle shot that missed the net. Bouncing puck gets past Timmins, and he'll have to hustle back to restore it. Played ahead by Ekman Larsson. Doesn't get into the zone, and in fact has gone over the boards and out of play. And the first period brought to you by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit ConnexOntario.ca. Wonder who Bet365 has going in the election down below the 49th parallel.
Oh. That's still scoreless early in the first.
Scoreless early, yep. Face off outside the Boston blue line. Puck pushed in over the line into the slot area. Robertson couldn't handle it. Goes into the corner after it. Dug it out. Couldn't get it in front of the net. Now it does come in front. The Bruins are able to play it back behind their goal to get things organized. Andrew Peak trying to get it up on the wing to center. Brought back now, and Quatras gets it on the wing, and it is backhanded down into the Toronto end. And a whistle. Too many men? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think they were pointing at the Boston bench.
Yeah, Marchand is coming over to talk to the linesman. Riley is as well.
Wrong again, Larry.
Is that our first this year?
No, we've had one before, I believe.
Because Leafs have been a league leader in 2 even in the ice penalties this season, and they take one early against the Bruins. Boston 8 for 54 over on the power play. Charlie Coyle, both of his goals have been in the power play.
Leaf penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game lease, the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com as the Leafs get the puck out into the center ice area. Penalty kill has been pretty good. They are 9th in the National Hockey League. The Leafs are. Here's Pasternak getting in over the line. It comes back to the blue line. Just kept in by Boston. Down the boards comes Coyle. Drops it off to the point. Quickly the one-timer on the far side. Pasternak in his favorite spot. And that has taken a bite out of Anthony Stolarz. He is down and hurt.
I think this got him up around the collarbone neck area as he got over and squared up to a Pasternak one-timer from the left wing circle.
He has shaken off the,
you know what, it might,
blocking glove and
yeah, just above the collarbone.
All of the equipment that they have is magnificent, but there are still some areas that are just not.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of guys started wearing that flap.
Yep.
Cover a little more, and it looks as though Stolarz is going to be able to continue. But aside from everything else, that was a great save. We saw Pasternak score from that position in Boston earlier in the season on a power play blast.
Face off to the right of Stolarz, who got the benefit of a quick whistle when he went down. Minute 29 left in the power play. Camp facing off with Coyle. And the draw scrum. Puck comes back to the blue line. Knocked away. Marner was tripped. There's going to be a penalty to Boston.
A pretty good penalty to take because Mitch Marner was taken down by Charlie McAvoy. He would have been off to the races as the puck came loose right in front of the Leaf bench inside the Toronto blue line. So a little bit of 4-on-4 action.
Leafs will have a 37-second power play.
So again,
that'll really help the statistics, won't it?
Yeah, there's got to be a better way to track that because there are so many of these abbreviated. offers.
Yep.
Like we said, if you could do it, because they do players' goals per 60 minutes. If they were on the ice for 60 minutes, why couldn't you do power play goals for 2 minutes of power play time?
Because then you'd have to take your shoes off to do your ciphering. You want somebody else to do it?
I didn't mean I'd do it.
Oh.
There are people for that.
There are?
Yes.
We have people?
Well, we don't have it.
Someone does.
Yes.
Oh, okay, good. So 4-on-4. Bruins bring it straight up ice to center. A pass goes off a stick and bounces into the Toronto zone. The Leafs have it around back of their goal. Up on the wing for Domi. Max Domi trying to make a pass on the left wing. Had it too far, but now grabbed off by Riley. Riley carries to the line, then had to pull back because he thought he'd be offside. Sends it off on the right wing side for Nylander. Nylander plays it too far for Domi, and the Bruins have it now under control in their own zone. Both teams getting a change in. Bruins start out with it. A pass up the middle is an errant one, and the Leafs have it in their own zone. Fresh troops coming over the boards now for Boston. Timmins to McCabe. To center and in. On the wing it comes to Nyes. Dropping it back, it goes to McCabe. His shot was blocked. Played it around the boards. It'll get to the right wing point, but Timmins can't get there in time. And the Bruins have it out now with Andrew Peeke bringing it in. He had it knocked off his stick. Leafs with it again. Off the stick of Tavares, and an icing is going to come here with 10 seconds left in the Toronto penalty being served by Ryan Reeves. Well, here's the other thing. So you're going to get, 37 seconds minus the time it takes Reeves to skate to the bench. Because I don't think you want him on the power play. So, yeah, you're right. I mean, it should be a percentage of some. Tucked back of the net. Now, I'm not sure that would flatter the Leafs or not.
Oh, no. But I just think it would be more accurate.
Yes, I agree. Tavares in across the line. Had it knocked off his stick, and the Bruins send it down the ice. And now there are 26 seconds left in the first power play of the game for the Maple Leafs. Banked off the boards and brought out now by Marner. Marner hits the line. Flipped in on the right side for Tavares. Banking it back, it goes to Riley. Riley to the middle of the ice, doesn't shoot it. Off on the wing for Marner and a shot. Nyes tried to deflect that. It comes in front of the goal. On and went off Tavares' stick and trickled just so slowly wide of the post. Penalty over.
Boy, you like that from Matthew Nyes, though. Picks up the loose puck behind the net. And the wraparound pass out into the blue paint.
David Camp with a long shoot in off the stick of Swayman. And the Bruins will push it up on the wing, and out at center ice it goes. Koepke gets it into the Leaf zone. Out of the net was Stolars. The puck comes to the side of the goal. A sharp angle shot was stopped. Back to the point it comes to Peeke. His shot is blocked in front, and now Nylander wheeling out at center for Toronto. Left wing feed now for Lorentz. His shot was deflected well wide of the goal. Puck knocked back of the Boston net. Unable to get to it, though, was David Kampasic is pushed out at center ice. Maple Leafs going back to organize. Off the boards for McCabe. Can't get it into the zone. Bruins push it back to the Leaf blue line where the Leafs are able to take it away. And Domi regroups the puck for Ekman Larsson. Long pass goes down into Boston territory. And a high stick making contact, says the linesman. So play is whistled dead. Tyson Baker and Andrew Smith are the linesmen. Brian Pakmara, Pierre Lambert are the referees this evening. There is no score. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Election Day on Sirius XM. All sides.
Howdy, insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Bruins and the Leafs Tuesday night matchup. You guys know what to do. Please check and see if you've hit that thumbs up button yet. We have been flirting with 1,000 likes every Leafs game. We've got to blow it out of the water tonight with the Bruins in town so we can get more people here in the chat. So hit that thumbs up, hit that share button, share this out to your favorite social media networks or any of the sports boards. Get it out there so we can get more Leafs fans to hang out with us here on TSI tonight because we're getting the W tonight. Bruins are going down. Let's go, buds. We'll see you back in the chat.
Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in that.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph. When's the last time the Maple Leafs played 3 consecutive games against Original Six competition?
I was looking at the divisional play.
Yeah.
That's right, man. Might have to go back to the Norris division.
I think. Even then.
Well, yeah, only Detroit then.
Yeah, and Chicago, I guess, right?
Yeah.
Played around the boards to the far side in the Leafs zone. Zadorov pumps it around the boards to the near wing. Bruins play it back to the point. A shot deflected right on, and a good save by Stolarz there. Back to the point again. McAvoy goes D to D, and another shot off a stick goes up into the screen in behind Anthony Stolarz and out of play with 13:25. So the Leafs have the Bruins tonight, the Detroit Red Wings on Friday night, and Les Bleu Blanc et Rouge on Saturday, while the Argos go down to Montreal and kick the stuffing out of the Alouettes.
You're right. I can't remember too many back-to-back home games either.
No.
Friday, Saturday.
Yeah. Why don't we put our best man on that? Armin? Wouldn't be Ann.
I feel like we're going to get that answer like when Siri doesn't understand what you asked. But Armin's our Siri here on the broadcast.
They saw to the right. And the Bruins are going to get warning. No, they're going to get turf. Coyle heads out, and Saka will move in. And the draw one. Bruins work it down into the corner. A centering pass just out of the reach. It comes back to the blue line where it's kept in by McAvoy. Now the Leafs turn the puck over, and it's brought out on the left wing. Here's Lorentz slipping it into the left wing corner, and Big Reeves goes rumbling in there with a pretty good hit on McAvoy as the puck comes to the blue line, but is poked out at center ice, and the Leafs have to go back to regroup in their own zone. Up on the wing for Reeves. Chipped in over the line. David Camp is in pursuit. Now Lorenz will try on the left wing side. A tip pass, and the Bruins are out. Left wing side for Marchand, and he couldn't get around the defensive play of Benoit. Benoit getting it ahead and played out at center ice. Right wing now for Andrew Peeke. Shot into the Toronto zone. Benoit taken to the boards. Timmins got a shot away there. A big save off of Marchand as the puck squirted out in front. Stolarz lost his stick again. That's one. Keeping tabs as the puck comes back to center ice. Gotta lead the league. Gotta lead the league in something. And that now we get a hand pass, I believe. So play whistle down.
Oh, he's marveled at Matt Murray and the number of times he'd knocked the goalpost off to Moritz.
Yeah.
Anthony Stolarz is holding on to the stick. Now, big story in the 2-0 win for the Boston Bruins over Seattle. The last game was David Pastrnak did not get a shift in the third period. Jim Montgomery was asked for a reasoning. He said, coach's decision. I know when I played, a coach's decision was never good.
Here's Domi working in on the backhand. Can't get a shot away, and the puck trickled wide of the net. Back into the slot it goes to Marner. Far boards now. Marner with a little head fake, still with the puck. Back in along the boards, it'll go to Nyes. Nyes along the boards for Domi. Domi trying to play it back behind the net, but it gets too far for Nyes, and now Ekman-Larsson is able to pump it in deep again, but the Leafs are in the midst of a change. Bruins trying to bat it out at center, and they succeed in doing that. The puck right at the Toronto bench is finally dribbled over the line into Toronto territory. We were talking, and you may bring this up again, but a game much earlier.
January 96.
Yes. Chat about that in a second. Beecher will play the puck high to the Leaf bench area, and apparently it ended up in the bench. Time called.
We would have done that game
yes,
as well.
Absolutely.
And that was when Steve Casper, coaching the Boston Bruins, benched Cam Neely for a game at Maple Leaf Gardens in Toronto. The entire game. He made him sit on the bench. And Cam Neely never got a single shift. January 3rd, 1996. Ended up in a 4-4 tie. And it was a rather significant story.
If you don't get on the ice as a player,
you don't get a game played.
No. Do you?
Nope. Same as a backup goalie.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was, and it was Hockey Night in Canada. It was a Saturday night, as I recall.
No, it wouldn't have been because I was doing TV then. I remember.
Oh yeah.
I was criticized for not interviewing Harry Sinden.
Oh right, yes. Oh
even
yes.
though I interviewed
even though you did, yes. Played down back of the Boston goal. Centering pass by Pacioretty was blocked. Nylander pumps it around the boards. It'll find the point on the left side, and Benoit keeps it in. Let go along back of the net. Now here's Nylander. Back to the point and quickly to the right side for Timmins, and a shot. Didn't make it through the crowd in front of the goal. Bruins are able to get it out at center and chip it. Costellic getting it down into the Toronto end. No score. We're approaching the midway point of the first period. Nyes in across the line for Domi. Domi spun around and knocked off the puck. Coyle gets it out, but had it partially intercepted. Now brought into the line and chipped into the Toronto zone. Ekman Larson forcing it up the boards against Pavel Zacha. Puck comes back to the point, and a wrist shot is into the chest of Stolarz, and he is going to hold on.
Of course, the irony is now, as we saw Pastrnak, as we said, getting benched the entire third period. Cam Neely benched for an entire game in 96, and Cam Neely's now the president of the Boston Bruins. So you wonder,
do you think Pastrnak on the way home may have just sidled in and said, so what was that like?
Yeah.
Or, I wonder if he even knows about it.
I know remember they did the hockey documentary where they followed Pastrnak and Willie Nylander?
Yep.
I think now would be a better season to do it. Nylander talking about ice time, Pastrnak bench for a period. A little more drama to it.
Leafs at their own blue line, got it ahead. Marner got it in over the line. Diagonal shooting, and now Domi rips a shot at the net. And that is swallowed up by the left hand of Jeremy Swayman to bring us to a commercial break. 9:58 to go, scoreless first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The Leafs fan, the hockey fan that's hanging out with us tonight on a Tuesday night listening to the Bruins and the Leafs and the legendary Joe Bowen's call. Get on it and hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 75,000 subscribers/insiders here on TSI. Please help us get there. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Maple Leafs game this season, as well as every single Toronto sports game live right here. Now let's get back to the chat. Cheer them on. Go Leafs, go. Go Leafs, go. Let's see it in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there.
It's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 or older, Ontario only. Please play responsibly. If you or someone you know has concerns about gambling, visit connectsontario.ca.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Y'all ready?
on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph as the Maple Leafs and the Bruins are scoreless midway through period number 1.
Brad Marchand, he was a little banged up after that last shift. Still over on the Bruins bench.
Bruins come in with a record of 6-6-1 for 13 points. The Leafs are 6-5-2 for 14 points.
Now these games are huge. You don't know how things are going to stack up by the end of the season.
All of them are divisional games here, as you mentioned, this weekend with Detroit and Montreal on the horizon. Offside at the Boston blue line stops play.
The Bruins were reeling a little bit before their back-to-back shutout wins in Philadelphia. Corpusalo played that game. Jeremy Swayman got the 2-0 shutout in Seattle. But that came after an 8-2 loss for the Bruins in Carolina. It had them a couple of games below 500.
Bruins have added Tyler Johnson to their lineup, late of the Chicago Blackhawks, but certainly familiar to Leaf fans with his long tenure in Tampa Bay. As the Leafs break it out at center and brought in over the line by Lorentz, he mishandles the puck, and the Bruins have an easy turnover here. Koepke will regroup, and now the Bruins changing as it comes to center. Brought in on the left wing looking for Marchand, who goes around back of the Leaf goal. Marchand got around one and gets it back to the blue line, but it squirts out at center, and the Bruins have to evacuate, allowing the Leafs to regroup it back in their own zone. Pasternak up forcing the issue. Quickly brought out by Morgan Riley. Pass ahead, deflects in off Tavares into Boston territory. Swayman playing it around the boards. Played up on the wing, intercepted by the Maple Leafs. Comes back to the blue line. Riley gets trapped, and now racing back Ekman Larsson. But now the Leafs will get players back, but a penalty is coming here to the Maple Leafs. Or is it?
It's got to be. It looks like it's going to be an interference. No, there's a
injured Boston player.
Yeah, down to our left. Andrew Peeke, I believe, is the Boston player.
Yes, it is. I did not see. Now, Pacioretty seems to be the guilty party.
And is this going to be more than two? We saw the arm up. And we're going to get a look at it here.
Boy, it was just a body check.
Yeah, I don't think it wasn't in the numbers.
No, he was bent over and may have.
5-minute penalty has been assessed and will now be reviewed.
It better be reviewed.
I mean, yes, this is just a body check.
You don't want to see anybody hurt, but this is shoulder to shoulder. The crowd has just seen it. I mean, yeah, if you want to say interference for a late hit, you could probably call a dozen of these a game. And you can see Mark Savard just threw his hands up on the Leaf bench watching the replay saying, I'm sure it's the same. There's no way. There is no way this can be a 5-minute major.
Wow.
This was called based on the result of the body contact, not on the contact itself.
Peeke bent over just as the body contact was initiated, and maybe it went into the dasher board or something, but it was not a vicious hit by any stretch of the imagination. It was finishing the check. He had the puck in his stick.
Yeah, the puck's right there.
Puck is right there with his stick. That was a completely legal hit.
And I believe it was the official at center ice, Joe, made the call, not the ref that was standing right by him.
No, he was 5 feet from him. That was
but I think it was the back
Lambert.
official.
Yeah, it was Brian Pakmara who made the call.
I mean, this
should not even be a penalty.
No.
Never mind 5-minute major. And we'll wait and see. Nope, Pacioretty is escaping.
After review, there was no penalty on the play.
Now, I have a problem with this as well. It's called a minor penalty. You can't review the minor penalty. You can't review the minor penalty
Right? You can review the major.
Review the major, and all of a sudden, what would have been a minor penalty is no longer a minor penalty, and it's not even a major penalty. So.
And yeah, you made the right call.
Yes.
Which is a good thing.
No, that's the good thing. But I'm sure that if the shoe was on the other foot.
Oh, yeah.
That was bizarre.
Because the whistle blew when the Leafs touched the puck.
No,
right?
the whistle blew when the Bruins still had the puck. It was the injury. It was the injury that stopped play. Yes.
Well, then I guess it didn't really have an effect because you're blowing the puck based on the injury anyway, right?
Strange.
But yeah.
Played in over the line into the Boston zone. Puck along the boards. Reeves with a hit. So was Lorenz, who took his man down. Kostelic gets to the Leaf blue line, and Reeves steps into him.
I tell you, though.
And it's offside at the Toronto blue line.
You know what I am going to say about this, though? And I don't think we disregard this. This might have been a brilliant call by the official. Saying, okay, something happened in the far corner. We'll call it a major so we can review it to make sure. And they review it and say, okay, was it? We didn't miss anything. No glove came up. So there might be a little bit of evil genius in there.
Now you're assuming they thought about that.
Well, I'm not. Just, I'd like to review what I just said.
You go to the corner with the dunce cap.
Oh, yeah. That was called grade 4.
5, 6, and 7. Here's a chance for Holmberg. And he drove the net, and the shot was stopped by Swayman. Puck back to the point, and a shot in traffic. High over top of the goal. Back of the net, Pontus Holmberg. Trying to work it out, sends it around to the far corner. Robertson got there first. Robertson trying to play it back behind again for Holmberg. Holmberg dropped it off for McMahon. Back to the point to Riley. Over on the far side it goes. Fanning on the shot completely was Oliver Ekman-Larsson. And the Bruins now fail to get it out. McMahon is able to bring it back. Here's Riley at the point on the left side. Sending it down into the corner. Bruins are there waiting for traffic, but it comes around the boards again. Ekman-Larsson can't keep a bouncing puck into the blue line. And it's all the way back into the Toronto end. Pontus Holmberg getting it back to his defense. Now to McMahon. McMahon needs to get to the red line and dump it in. He does neither, but it just does get into the Boston end before changes are made. Bruins will send it to the Leaf blue line. Blocked there by Jake McCabe. And Boston has to go deeper to regroup. Pasternak over on the left side. Brought to the line and in. Two Bruins collide, including Marchand. And the Leafs have the puck in their own zone. McCabe up the middle with a touch pass from Marner. It gets to Nyes. Drop for Marner. Now Nyes mishandled it, and the puck comes back out at center ice, and Domi gets it for Nyes, and this time he gets in over the line and slides by McAvoy into the corner. Then steals it. He's out in front of the goal! And a penalty coming to the Boston Bruins, but all he had to do was backhand it to the net. Instead, he tries to make a bit of a spinning move. That prompted the penalty, but the chance was thwarted. The penalty would have happened regardless.
Yeah, I don't know if he was trying to just drop it back for maybe Max Domi coming late. But it is a tripping penalty. Charlie Coyle, the Bruin forward, took the feet out from Nyes before we could maybe decipher what exactly was he was trying to do. I think he might have been looking, Joe, to throw it back out to Max Domi in the high slot.
The power play is brought to you by Enbridge Sustain, with a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you, so you can just think about the player's sweet flow.
That's all I think about.
I can vouch for that. Pass back, it comes now to Riley on the near side for Nylander. His shot was blocked. Bruins are going to backhand it down the ice as Lindholm sends it the length of the rink. Could you get your flow out of my eyes here so I can do the game? Left wing side for Nyes. Into the corner it goes. Nylander upended and goes in feet first and is slow to regain his skates. Bruins play it to the line, but not out. Far side for Nyes. Nyes drops for Marner. Marner circles to get away from one checker. Still has it at the blue line to Willie on the near side. Nylander back to the point to Riley. Riley holds to Nylander. Nylander holding, doesn't shoot it. Still within a shot, and Nyes couldn't deflect it in for him. Great play by Marner to keep it in. Now to Tavares. Tavares trying to drive the net, had it knocked off his stick. And it is Lindholm getting it off the boards and out and down the ice. First full power play for Toronto. The first minute is over. Second unit coming on. If you haven't noticed us mentioning Austin Matthews tonight, well, he's not in the lineup. Puck comes back to the point. Ekman-Larsson returns it to Domi. Domi running into traffic, had it hit a skate, trying to get support over there from Bobby McMahon. A pass ahead, though, for Lindholm, and a goal! Oh, and that was stopped by Stolarz as Lindholm got away. As it comes to the side of the goal, the Leaf goaltender is going to cover up on it. Now we've got Pacioretty tangled up with McAvoy out near the blue line, and McAvoy is stretching a leg, taking his time getting up. And complaining to an official about something. Max Pacioretty's involved here.
He's been everywhere, hasn't he? It was Elias Lindholm that came in, and it was actually a pretty good play by Nick Robertson, Joe, to get back and tie up Lindholm, who is still able to swat at a rolling puck and force Stolarz to make a save with his left shoulder.
Well, short-handed goals. There's a guy pretty good on the Boston Bruins as far as scoring them in his career.
And Brad Marchand leads all active players. Short-handed goals.
Koepke getting it down into the Leaf end. Going back is Timmins to spin it around back of the net. OEL starts out. Oliver Ekman-Larsson. A pass up on the left wing, just deflected by Domi into the zone, but no pressure. And the Bruins have it now and are going to get it out and down the ice. And the penalty is over. That is a recording. 4 of 41, the Maple Leafs. They came in at just 10%. Here's Lorenz. In on the right side, dropping it back for Reeves. He fanned completely on the shot, but a centering pass went right through the goal crease. Now McCabe trying to center, and it didn't reach Lorenz as it's played out into the center ice area and down for an icing call against Boston, as it will come back. And fanning on the shot was Reeves, and he's looking at the stick, blaming the equipment, which is something that most athletes do. Can't be me. It's got to be this.
It's got to be the stick.
Got to be the stick.
By the way, the Bruins have not given up a goal since 7:47 of the third period in Carolina. 10 shutouts in Philly and at home against Seattle, and have been perfect so far defensively with 3:53 to go in the opening period here.
Shots are 6-5 favoring the Bruins. Bank pass too far. This will go the length of the ice, and another icing will bring it back into Boston territory.
This feels like a Claude Julien Bruins game, doesn't it? Low chances, both sides, defense first. I don't know why out of all the games that the Leafs have played the Bruins over the years, it was a 1-0 game. I believe Chris Bourque scored the only goal in the first period for the Bruins, and it was a snoozer. They just shut it down the last 2.5 periods. That's what this feels like. 6-6 shots, and we've seen some decent scoring chances, but nothing outstanding on either side.
Leafs able to keep the puck in as it comes into the slot area, and a shot by Pacioretty is drilled into the B on the sweater of Swayman to stop play and bring a face-off in the Bruins zone when we return. The Leafs nothing and the Bruins nothing. 3:35 to go first period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every fantasy football champion makes one defining move.
Brock Bowers is going to be the number one receiver for the Las Vegas Raiders. And if you have him, congratulations.
Touchdown Raiders! Fantasy Sports Radio can help you make that move.
It's really important to pay attention to the drops when waivers run. You're going to see some decent players drop, so make sure you always look at the drop list.
Listen to the best analysts for lineup advice, trade questions, and roster moves. Make your move with Fantasy Sports Radio, Sirius XM 87, and the Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius.
What's up, Insiders? How we doing tonight? All right, I got to jump in here. I haven't been able to. I've been cleaning behind me. I've been cleaning the office back here. So bear with me here. I haven't written the super chats up here yet. But a big shout out to Zippold. Thank you very much. We hit the 200 likes. Much appreciated. As well, we've got Pierre LaBelle. Thank you for the beer, sir. See, I forgot because I can't go have that beer yet because I'm cleaning. What is this business? Trying to watch the hockey game and clean it. Thank you all for being here. Please hit that like button down below. Let's push our Leafs. Let's get a goal here before the end of the first period, buds. All right, we'll see you guys back in the chat. Howdy, Insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Leafs Radio Network.
Faceoff coming in the Boston zone to the right of Jeremy Swayman. Brad Marchand having a lengthy chat with one of the officials, as he is wont to do. Domi between Marner and Nyes. And the draw won cleanly by Boston. Marchand starts out on the left wing. Carries to the Leaf line. Flips it high into the near corner. Played around back of the net. Pasternak trying to catch to it. And he is belted by Benoit. And that draws a crowd. There was going to be a penalty. But the scrum is ongoing. And the linesman is down with Pasternak. It was a pretty solid hit.
Well, you could hear it, couldn't you, up here?
Benoit. And now Domi gets a late shot in, and now some others are pushing with him. Pasternak is back on his skates. And Marchand is being ushered to the penalty box.
Boy, Tanev has the helmet off as well. I might give the Leafs the edge here. Max Domi's not afraid to throw him, and you've also got Chris Tanev on the ice for Toronto.
Was it Tanev?
Well, maybe it was Tanev.
No, it was Tanev. Yeah, I thought it was Benoit. My mistake.
Looking at it again, I mean, what happens is Pasternak tries the tight turn back towards Tanev and squeeze through the boards. We're going to see what the call is here. Right now, there's only two of them in the box. I imagine the Leafs are still going to be penalized. It'll probably be a 2-2.
2 minutes for boarding, 2 minutes for roughing. Boston number 63, 2 minutes for roughing.
There we go.
So the Bruins are going to go to the power play for the second time. And it is brought to the penalty kill, brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game, lease the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com.
Well, David Pasternak looks as though that he's just fine to stay out in this Boston power play. Maybe the Leafs get a bit of a break with Marchand being in the box. But, I mean, the Pasternak just tried to tight turn right into Tanev and go back down the boards, and Tanev basically said, no. And I think the collision looked a little more spectacular than the intent was. I still think you got to call it, simply because of how Tanev was able to drill the star Boston forward into the boards.
So Reeves will come over and serve the penalty that puts the Leafs a man short. The Boston power play is not much better than Toronto's. 8 of 54. 14.8%. The Leafs win the draw. Marner takes his time and sends a long shot down on goaltender Swayman. McAvoy bringing it out, drops the puck back. Brought on by Pasternak to the line. Pasternak sends it into the open corner far side. Timmins got there but couldn't get to the puck. Now back into the corner again. Bruins trying to come out with it. That was knocked back to the blue line, and Pasternak gets it over on the right wing side. Pass in front. Toe save, and a brilliant one made by Anthony Stolarz right there. Leafs get it into the corner. Timmins finds the opening and shoots it down the ice. What a great save that was, Jimmy.
That was off Charlie Coyle. Coyle's only got 2 goals on the season, but both of them have been on the power play.
Pasternak overskates the puck. Nyes mirroring him, forcing him back deeper into Boston territory. Now a pass out at center is Aaron. Passed again. Oh, they had Nyes breaking, but Benoit didn't see him. Now Pasternak dropping it back, and the Bruins are back behind their goal, and time is down to 45 seconds on the power play.
Say, Matthew Nyes looks pretty comfortable in the penalty kill, doesn't he?
Brought to center ice by the Bruins. Aaron pass in over the line. Lorentz lost his stick, went to get it. Good move. And the puck came right to him, and he sends it down the ice. We talked ad nauseum about that the other night, did we not?
Go to the bench, get your stick.
Quatris brings it in offside, and the Leafs have done a marvelous job on this penalty with 20 seconds left in it. A face-off outside the line. Minute 39 to go in what has been a scoreless first period, but Anthony Stolarz stole that one.
Like I said, I mean, there was the size, and he was technically sound, but I don't know about you. I've been amazed with the agility and how well he has tracked pucks. He's not a drop and block guy.
He got really quick feet.
Yeah.
Really quick feet. Bouncing puck, the Leafs don't get it out. Along the boards, taken back into the corner by McCabe. That's drawn a crowd. Puck comes free, a pass in front, intercepted, and Marner starting away at center. He's got David Camp with him. Plays it into the corner for Camp. Camp gets to it. Penalty is over. The puck comes back to the blue line. Here's Riley with a shot in traffic, and that was stopped by Swayman. Minute 11 left to go. Long shooting goes wide of the Leaf goal, and it's going to be offside. I guess it's called offside, so it's being brought to the center ice red line for the faceoff. Minute 5 to go in the period.
So far, it lacks the real bite. I mean, there's been some physical plays, but I don't think it's quite the intensity that we saw between these two clubs in Boston a couple of weeks ago.
Played into the Boston zone. Swept around the boards to center. Riley got in the way of that. Now it is Ekman Larson taking his man into the corner boards rather efficiently. Tavares back of the net, poking it up on the wing. Backhanded to center ice and down into Boston territory by Pacioretty. A little bit too much mustard on it, and an icing call comes as a result. Back into the Toronto zone with 39 seconds to go in the period.
Bruins have had a pretty good run. 15 of the last 17 seasons they've made the playoffs. They've actually won 17 rounds during that stretch, including the Stanley Cup in 2011.
Bring that up, why don't you?
Well, I guess my job. 2 teams.
Really?
Went to the finals in 2013, 2019.
Draw one by Boston. Leafs intercept, flip it to center ice. Half a minute to go as the Leafs are getting a change of players in. And the Bruins will get it up on the wing and a turnover at the blue line, and Tavares dropping it back. He's going to the bench now as the puck comes up on the wing for Nyes. Nyes can't get it into the zone. Pass on the right side for Domi. Max goes into the corner after it. Got a piece of his man. Marner trying to steer the puck in front, but it was taken to the boards by McAvoy. 6 seconds left. Domi gets it free. Saucered out in front of the net, and a pass instead of a shot from McCabe. And I think if he had to do it all over again, he might have tried to deliver that to the net, what with time running out.
Each team showing 7 shots on goal in the opening period, so even with the power plays, neither goaltender. I mean, Stoller's had to be the more acrobatic of the two. There was the one-time blast off the stick of Pasternak on the power play, and then the Charlie Coyle save from the top of the crease was a power play opportunity as well. And Jeremy Swayman, I don't know if you'd look at that opening period, Joe, and say he had anything that was more than an average save.
No, I would agree at this point, but it is scoreless after the first period. Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert standing by with our first period intermission. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Ho, ho, hold up! It's Jimmy Fallon, and you're invited to my place for Christmas. Get ready for a new channel of classic holiday songs handpicked by me. Plus music from my new Christmas album, Holiday Season. Jimmy Fallon's Holiday Seasoning Radio. On now, channel 17, or listen at home with the SiriusXM app. Just search Jimmy Fallon.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either... What's up, guys? All right, that was too fun there. Andrew, try again tomorrow, buddy. Try to be a little bit nicer. All right, have a good night. Big shout out Zippold and Pierre with the super chats. Zip is awesome. Don't talk to anybody like that, let alone Zip. Anyways, let's get back. Tonight's not the night to mess with me. All right, tonight is a crazy night. Yeah, and thank you, Danny. Dan Soy says, never mind the cleaning mic, just have a beer. Cheers from the Philippines. I'm working on it, man. I've been busy. I'm gonna get things set up to relax and enjoy the rest of this game, because we're gonna have a heck of a game. This is it's already just everybody's feeling each other out right now with all of these penalties and calls, phantom calls by the ref, and then saying, yeah, we're going to do that, and then, no, we're not. What the heck? I don't know. But anyways, yes, great group. Brad Smith, cheers, man. Thank you for being here. Is Don Cherry around? Where is Don when you need him? I'm telling you, if I was like 5 years ahead, we would have had Don right here with us on Saturday nights. But I don't know. I just don't have the time to commit Saturday nights myself. Anyways, let's go back here to the intermission report. Let's cheer on our buds, refill the drinks. I'm going to go get my first one of the night, and we'll see you guys back in the chat. Thank you for hitting that like button. We're at 434 likes right now. Let's get it on up there. Smash that like button. Let's bring more hockey fans here in the chat. Not like Andrew. Cheers, everybody.
Kansas City. Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kochetkov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and the SiriusXM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and seeing if we can build off of last season.
SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, and on your schedule with the SiriusXM app.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite SiriusXM FC shows on the all-new SiriusXM app, now available for all subscribers.
Radio Network.
Welcome, Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. It is a 0-0 tie after 20 minutes. The Maple Leafs hosting the Boston Bruins tonight. It got a little bit chippy and physical in that period.
Yeah, it certainly did. And I think the only people that can be
that have to blame would be the Boston Bruins themselves, putting themselves in vulnerable positions.
Sure did.
Andrew Peeke along the boards, David Pastrnak along the boards, the Maple Leafs being physical and kind of getting not unlucky because the Pacioretty penalty was rescinded. And, of course, Chris Tanev did go to the box for that, but there were some even-up calls there. But, yeah, Boston putting themselves in bad positions, Maple Leafs being physical, and it kind of turned up the temperature of the period after some incidents along the boards.
Yeah, the Pacioretty hit, we'll start with that one. They have to call it a major, obviously, to be able to review it. But in the moment, you think, well, the NHL never gets, these calls right, or the refs miss things. But I felt like the first time that we were all in agreement that it was a clean hit. And after a tiny little bit of review, they realized, it was a clean hit. And unfortunately, he's still got injured. But Pacioretty doesn't get a penalty, which is something we don't often see. So nice to see video review coming into play positively for the Maple Leafs.
The very quirky rule that only a 5-minute major penalty can be reviewed, which is a good thing because you want to get those right. But it feels like more gray area calls could go by the way of review, but that, alas, that doesn't happen in the NHL. But they definitely got that one right. It was a dangerous hit because, Andrew Peeke put himself in a dangerous position. But yeah, the right call was made.
But the Tanev one, that's a tough one, and I'm sure we'll be everyone will have their opinion on this one, but Pasta's skating up the boards, and he's got the speed, and then he turns back. He turns his back to Tanev, who is right in the middle of about to hit him, and it would have been a clean hit, if he was continuing to skate up the boards. He turns his back, and Tanev hits him. But at that point, I'm all for Tanev in the right, because Pasta puts himself in the vulnerable position. He turns his back to the checker who's coming at him, going up the boards with him, and then he puts himself in that vulnerable position. Anytime you're playing boys hockey, I remember when I started playing boys, we learned how to hit properly and how to be in the right position and make sure your body isn't, if you're not in a dangerous spot like that. It's just simple hockey to know where you're positioned. And he was in a bad spot and he got hit. Looks like he's gonna be okay, but then a big fight ensues.
Yeah, thankfully, Brad Marchand put Chris Tanev in an old bulldog choke there, wrestled him to the ground to make sure that it was not just Tanev getting the call. You kind of have to call that, although it is on the player to a certain extent. It just feels like one that you have to make because, it was from behind. It's just a tricky one for officials. Maybe
you know what I mean, right? Everything up until when Pastrnak turns back.
Sure. You can't stop yourself from making a hit when the hit's already been essentially initiated or is 40 to 50% there. It's going to happen. It's the wrong time to turn. You got to do that in the middle of the ice, I guess, to prevent injury. But it was Pastrnak who put himself in that dangerous position for sure.
Other than that, a quiet period in the sense of scoring, a 0-0 tie for the Leafs and the Bruins. But it's good. I mean, these guys, they don't like each other. It's clear. This is a rivalry game for many, many reasons. It goes back far too long to really get into it. But shots tied up 7 apiece, pretty simple in terms of it might be the first goal gets the team over the line here. I don't think it's going to be high scoring. We see overtime a lot with these two teams. So the second period, being able to get one past one of these goaltenders who both had a great period, I think then you're just going to play a good defensive structure.
Yeah, certainly the right goaltenders in the game for a game that could potentially be decided by the one goal with Stolarz and Swayman. But the story heading into this game was Austin Matthews unavailable. Max Domi sliding into that 1C position. But I think the guy to watch isn't Max for me. It's Mitch Marner, and it wasn't a oh my God period for Mitch Marner. But I like the capability by which he can be dangerous without Austin Matthews. Was on display in that period. I thought Mitch Marner was really good in that period. I thought he made his line look dangerous, and it's another reminder to me that, it just doesn't have to be those two together all the time. Mitch Marner, a couple shifts on a third line with Max Domi can still be something that can take advantage of lesser matchups, and we haven't seen that this year, but it is within Mitch Marner's capability to drive a line, and I think he did that to a certain extent in that period.
Our very own Sportsnet Stats tweeting out about an hour ago, Maple Leafs Mitch Marner has 17 goals and 64 points in 54 regular season games without Austin Matthews in the lineup. So maybe a little bit of spotlight on Mitch himself allows him to shine. And of course, if you missed it, you're just tuning in now. There's no Austin Matthews for tonight's game. He's day-to-day with an upper body injury. It doesn't seem to be too serious. Maple Leafs play a back-to-back Friday and Saturday. He could be back in the lineup then. Doesn't seem to be connected to the wrist injury he's had previously. But, Matthews only had 5 goals and 11 points for the first 13 games of the season, which would have been a pace for 32 goals, which is the lowest he's ever had in a season and would be the worst since his sophomore campaign where he had 34 goals. So something was clearly ailing Austin Matthews. Hopefully he rests up and he's back at it, but maybe gives other people a moment to shine.
Yep, uncharacteristically low output. Hopefully the injury is part of the reason why. And when Matthews gets back to the lineup, he can be his normal self.
All right, we'll take a quick break, and then we'll take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard on the other side and get you set for the second period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, of the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Getting my Honda CR-V has opened the door to adventure. With Econ Mode to maximize fuel efficiency, I'm free to explore. And with tons of cargo space, it's easy to pack for getaways. My dog, camping gear. It's like I've discovered a wild, adventurous side of me. Whoop. Alice is excited too.
Lease the CR-V LX two-wheel drive for $99 weekly at 2.99% APR for 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer includes $1,500 lease bonus. OAC conditions apply. See HondaOntario.com.
Get the official NHL app to watch, read, and listen to all the deeks.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The Leafs fan, the hockey fan that's hanging out with us tonight on a Tuesday night listening to the Bruins and the Leafs and the legendary Joe Bowen's call. Get on it and hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 75,000 subscribers/insiders here on TSI. Please help us get there. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Maple Leafs game this season, as well as every single Toronto sports game live right here. Now let's get back to the chat. Cheer them on. Go Leafs go. Go Leafs go. Let's see it in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there.
Gobbet leaf carpets and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
Heard of Uline? You know, the have-it-all in-stock, ready-to-deliver shipping and industrial supply specialists. The company that does things for you that are unheard of, like keeping 41,000 items in stock in our own warehouses. With customer service reps on the line to get you what you need, when you need it, 24/7, 365, every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
John Tavares set up by Willie. The Leafs win it in overtime.
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Not much going on in the world tonight, just sports.
Just sports.
Nothing else to keep an eye on, to look at, the battle of other things.
No other scoreboards.
There's no other scoreboards. Just the Leafs and the NHL. So let's take a look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus, Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
11 games on this scoreboard, and 5 games are underway in the NHL tonight. Not much scoring. It's 1-0 Sabres over the Senators early second. Flames and Canadiens end of one scoreless. 1-1 Flyers and Hurricanes. They're just getting underway in the second, and late in the first period, the Penguins and Islanders have yet to combine for a goal. Later on tonight, the Jets will host Utah, big one there. Blues and Lightning, Kings and Wild. The Kraken will be in Colorado to take on the Avalanche. Canucks in Anaheim. And the Sharks and Blue Jackets will go at it at 10:30 as the nightcap.
All right. Maple Leafs, as we mentioned, a 0-0 score after one against the Boston Bruins. And Bruins 6-6-1, the Leafs 6-5-2. So very similar in the standings. This is an important game for both teams. Leafs kind of looking to regain some momentum. Bruins picked some up last weekend with 2 shutout victories. I think this one's about who's getting on the board first.
Yeah, too early to call it a 4-point game, but boy, you'd like to answer an overtime loss in Boston with a regulation victory. Just get the upper hand over the Bruins in this early season, I guess home and home, if you want to call it. So yeah, a big couple periods ahead here for the Maple Leafs, but also the same for the Boston Bruins. These teams are hungry, looking for 2 points apiece.
I expect some more physicality in the second period as well. And maybe the Leafs get a power play and they can put one in the net.
They did have one there.
Girl can dream.
Dream for a power play goal.
That's it. All right, Jim Ralph and Joe Bowen will have the call the second period next. It's 0-0 Leafs and Bruins. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Europe's top clubs are battling it out in the UEFA Champions League, and you can hear all the top matches on Sirius XM FC.
Mkhitaryan! 2-0! What a start for Inter!
League phase play continues when the Italian champions clash with an English powerhouse.
Odegaard! 2-0! Arsenal running riot!
Inter Milan versus Arsenal, live from the San Siro. Coverage begins Wednesday at 3 Eastern on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to SiriusXM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of SiriusXM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL Final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL Final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on SiriusXM FC channel 157 and streaming on the SiriusXM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind Ristolainen, walks in, put it between his legs, shoots it, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM. The best hockey lives here.
Burns gets it back, stick handles to the backhand, moves in front, score!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM.
Join me, Scott Laughlin, and Gord Stellick, along with former NHLer Mike Johnson for NHL Morning Skate. Weekday morning, 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Leafs nothing and the Bruins nothing. Joe Bowen along with Jim Ralph. Armin Zagarian here. Andrew Adams and Andrew Holland running the operation. And we learned something new during the intermission, that takeaways and giveaways are not being tracked by the NHL off-ice officials
in the
building. Someone in their rec room somewhere watching the game. So the Leafs had 0 takeaways in that first period.
What Boston have?
They had 3 takeaways and 5 giveaways. The Leafs had 3 giveaways and 0 takeaways.
Huh.
So next time you decide to pontificate using that statistical information, be aware of where it is coming from.
Question the source?
Exactly. Leafs to the left as the puck is dropped. The Bruins to the right. Kicked in over the line. Left wing shot is blocked by Timmins. Puck down into the corner. Kostelek gave it away. And Benoit gets the puck out into the center ice area. Shot right back in by Boston. Round the boards, played now to Timmins. Timmins gets it up on the wing for Reeves. Reeves does well to get it out. Here's David Camp and across the line for Lorenz, and a shot went high and wide. Reeves gets to it on the far board, punching it around back of the net. And Camp is very slow getting to the lead bench. Not sure what happened there. Here the Bruins back in now with McAvoy. He had it knocked off his stick. A bank pass to center looking for Nyes, didn't connect. And Pasternak in on the right side. Sharp angle shot, blocked. Rebound played back to the point. Long shot kicked away by Stolars. Back to the point again to the right wing side. Bruins trying to get some traffic in front of the net. Marchand and Domi. And now a centering pass is blocked by Riley, but it's kept in by Boston. Here's Lindholm. Down the left wing boards, being taken to the boards there by Nyes. Puck to an open corner. Domi late getting there, though. Bruins Pasternak in the corner. Far side, twisting and turning. Still has it at the half boards. Tried to center. That went off the skate of Domi. Bruins get it back, and Pasternak's shot is blocked. And it's brought out by Nyes to center. Nyes in over the line, going to the front of the net, trying to drag it in. And he was knocked down just at the side of the goal. Bruins get it back out for Marchand. Marchand's pass off a stick. That's brought about a delayed offside that the Bruins will have to evacuate the Leaf zone, and they do. Now Nylander loses the puck at his own blue line. Bruins send it into the corner. Bruins have started quickly here in this period. The first 2 minutes have been spent in the Toronto zone. Puck along the boards and around into the corner, and a penalty coming to Toronto. Back at the point and brought out into neutral ice. Trent Frederick trying to stretch things out, and he'll give it off.
I think Jake McCabe for a high stick is going to be the call.
Bruins bring it forward. Pavel Zacha in on the left wing, touched by McCabe, and the high sticking signal is given by one of the officials, and in fact it is McCabe going to the penalty box.
And this was McCabe. One-on-one battle. Pretty good sales job as well. I mean, it's a high stick. You got to call it, but the Bruin player made sure, and that was Matthew Poitras.
Lead penalty kill. Sorry, Jeff.
I was going to say, made sure the official saw it.
Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game. Lease the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. Third power play of the game for Boston.
Good news is Kampf is back out.
Down into the corner and around back of the net for Christopher Tanev. Tried to knock it ahead for Marner. That didn't work. Marner gets it freed up, and the Leafs send it out and down the ice. The Bruins, in their last 5 games, have had 6 games, 25 power plays. 25! That's a full month for the Maple Leafs. Off the boards for Marner. Marner banks it off the boards and gets it elevated enough to get it out and down the ice, and wholesale changes for the Leaf penalty killers as the Bruins go back into their own zone with 1:17 to go in the power play. McAvoy dropping it back. Brought on through center ice and in over the line. Marchand had his pocket picked, and it is sent down the ice by Pontus Holmberg. Pasternak circles the goal. He'll work out at center. No one behind him, so the Bruins bring it in on the right side into the slot for Zacha. Back to the point it comes. Zacha on the wing, and that went off a leg and went wide. Back at the point, kept alive by Lindholm. Lindholm gets it again at the point, is passed down low. Pasternak into the near corner. Back to the half boards, down low again. Now you're looking back for Pasternak, but not for the one-timer yet. Back to Lindholm. Now it comes to him, and on a pass on the right side. What a save again by Stolarz! Holy Mackinac, he went across and robbed Marchand with a brilliant left pad save. Zacha gets it in on the left wing. Dropped back now by Tyler Johnson. Wrist shot coming down to Stolarz, and he's got the oven mitts on them.
It was a brilliant play by David Pasternak. Everyone's thinking, okay, he's got the one-timer in the left wing circle. Stolarz comes over to cut down the angle, and Pasternak throws it back across the slot to the far circle for Marchand's one-timer. And Anthony Stolarz show, I mean, he had to get over, get set for Pasternak, and then push again to get back to his left. He never overplayed the pass, and that would have been easy to do because Pasternak has that great blast.
Yep.
Yeah.
Leafs send it out and down the ice, and the final seconds will tick down on this power play. As escaping the box now is Jake McCabe. Bruins to center. Got it in over the line. Played back on the wing, and Nylander got it out before it shot right back in again. Morgan Riley with time and space in the far corner will take it around back of the net. Riley gets it up on the left wing, and out comes Tavares. He'll get to the red line and chip it into the left wing corner. In goes Pacioretty, back of the net, in front for Nylander! Backhand shot stopped by Swayman, and then the rebound is Tavares couldn't finish. Nylander back to the point to Riley. Near side now for Ekman Larsson, looking for a tap-in back door from Tavares that didn't materialize. Leafs have the puck knocked away, and Riley trying to chase down Beecher. Beecher's on a breakaway. Great play in the back check by the Maple Leafs, and a brilliant play there by Ekman Larsson. Leafs counter. Riley on the left wing, playing it around the boards to the near side, and things have opened up appreciably here. Now Tanev to Nylander, and a shot deflects over top of the Boston goal. McMahon steals the puck back, gets it returned. McMahon on the far corner, trying to chip it back in the net for Pontus Holmberg. He lost it. Bruins get it back. Tanev trying to keep it in at the point, but it squirts out at center, and hustling back after it was Jake McCabe. Tanev returns the favor. McCabe gets it ahead. Robertson sends it into Boston territory. Swayman punching it along the boards, cut off there by Holmberg. Pontus Holmberg couldn't keep it in. Bruins are able to break it back at center. Quatros gets in, trying to drive the net, and a backhand went just wide. Robertson playing it out and down the ice, got too much on it. And an icing call going to come here, but what a magnificent stop by Stolarz. And then the Leafs responded with maybe the best shift they've had in the game.
And Willie Nylander found the puck on his stick right in front of Jeremy Swayman. It seemed like it took him a while. He was kind of backing up as he got it, and it took him a while to be able to corral it.
What a great play by Ekman Larsson, though.
Yeah, Ekman Larsson looking for John Tavares after that. Tavares gets anything on it. It's a tap-in empty net goal.
And the defensive play by Ekman Larsson was something as well. A puck comes free. Yeah. And out at center ice, Pontus Holmberg with a long shoot-in. Swayman knocking it into the corner. How long is the shutout string of the Bruins gone, Mr. Ralph? Left wing side for McCabe. Couldn't get it in front. They've gone a long time of shutout hockey here as the Leafs continue to buzz, and a shot went just wide by Nyes, trying to end the shutout that's been going on here with the Bruins as a long shot is stopped by the goaltender, Swayman, who's had a pretty good streak of shutout hockey.
Yeah, that's about 154 minutes.
About?
Yeah.
We have a stoppage of play. We got a timeout. All we get is about.
Can you ask me again at the end of the period?
Okay.
It's a little easier.
You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Breaking news coming in from Bet365, where every nail-biting overtime win, breakaway, pick six, three-point shot, underdog win, buzzer beater, shootout, walk-off, and absolute.
Howdy, insiders. Thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Bruins and the Leafs Tuesday night matchup. You guys know what to do. Please check and see if you've hit that thumbs up button yet. We have been flirting with 1,000 likes every Leafs game. We've got to blow it out of the water tonight with the Bruins in town so we can get more people here in the chat. So hit that thumbs up, hit that share button, share this out to your favorite social media networks or any of the sports boards. Get it out there so we can get more Leafs fans to hang out with us here on TSI tonight, because we're getting the W tonight. Bruins are going down. Let's go, buds. We'll see you back in the chat.
For 28 months with $2,000 down. Offer includes $1,500 lease bonus. OAC conditions apply. See HondaOntario.com.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs Hockey.
Nyes has tied the game, but a brilliant play by Max Domi.
On Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Leafs Radio Network.
Andrew Peeke has suffered an upper body injury and will not return to the Boston lineup.
That was the Pacioretty hit.
Face off to the right of Swayman. And the draw won by Hampus Lindholm, and now we'll get it up on the boards and chipped into the zone by Charlie Coyle. Bruins turn the puck over. It'll bound out at center ice. Nyes protects it nicely. Played it ahead, out of the reach of Marner, though. And the Bruins deflected down in on goal, and Stolarz backhands it into the corner with authority. And it's out at center ice, and now played right back down into Toronto territory to allow the Bruins to get a change started. Long up for Nyes. In across the line. Can't find anybody to get the puck to. Domi now up against the boards. Nyes trying to keep it in, but it comes out at center ice. Good hit by Ekman Larsson there to spin Quattrus around. And the Leafs start back with Nylander. Nylander sifting through center to the left wing side. Tried to make a pass. Partially deflected. Delayed offside in effect. Bruins with it back in their own zone. Bank pass through center. Too far. Holy smoke. How was that not icing? That hit somebody? I didn't see it. Anyway, play continues. Deflected down on Swayman. Zadorov playing it along the boards and getting it out. And Quattrus tries to find an open man and does. McAvoy in on the right side. A pad save had to be made there by Stolarz on a sharp angle shot. Now Pacioretty sends a bouncing shot in that is going to be uncovered, and then Pacioretty is knocked down. Penalty coming here for interference, and getting the business from Nikita Zadorov is Pacioretty. And then Reeves steps in. Now this would be an interesting little piece of action here.
Boy, Zadorov is a big man, but this all starts because Jeremy Swayman, for some reason, decides with Pacioretty right on the doorstep, he's going to play it. And eventually, Zadorov, one of the big off-season acquisitions, as well as Elias Lindholm for the Bruins, takes Pacioretty down. I mean, the puck was already gone when he did it.
Power play brought to you by Enbridge Sustain, with a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you. You can just think about the player's sweet flow. Face off to the right, Jeremy Swayman. Draw one by the Leafs. Marner goes cross ice to find Nylander. Far corner down low it goes. Back of the net, Nyes. Back to Marner. Marner holding, still with it. Circles back, top of the circle. Now to Riley with a shot. He scores! Morgan Riley, point shot. Leafs on the board. Power play goal.
Not going to get a point, but Matthew Nyes in front of the net, taking the eyes away from Jeremy Swayman. As Morgan Riley has found the back of the net once again. Pass from Mitch Marner, so Marner will extend his point streak. But Matthew Nyes throws the puck to Marner and then goes right to the front of the net. And Swayman doesn't see it. And I think if there was some just criticism of the power play, is this seldom happened. Having someone top of the crease in front of the goaltender instead of trying to slide backdoor for the backdoor play.
Morgan Riley had 7 goals all of last season. That is goal number 4 this time around. And it wasn't your howitzer from the blue line. It was a wrist shot that got through the traffic. And Riley's 4th has the Leafs out in front 1-0.
And like I said, I guess Nyes may pick up the second assist on it. I believe it was he that threw it to Marner in the right wing circle, and Marner relayed it to the point.
Now we'll let Mike Ross confirm that. Bruins back in with Beecher. Taken to the boards as it goes high into the near corner. Riley against the boards, back of the net. Got it up on the wing. Trying to bat it out at center. That will be a glove pass. And you're right, Nyes is getting the second assist.
But I just love the fact that he goes to the front of the net. And I know we've talked about what the expectations are for Matthew Nyes. And I know Zach Hyman's got off to a tough start this year in Edmonton, but a 50-goal scorer last year. You play with skilled guys. Get that big frame, go to the front of the net. And I think when I saw out of all the goals that Nyes has scored this year, there's been 6 of them. 5 of them have been within 10 feet of the net, which I'm pretty sure Zach Hyman's highlight reel from last year would be about the same range.
Another primary assist for Mitch Marner, and another penalty coming to Boston. Puck down in the Toronto zone as Stolars has gone to the bench. McCabe around back of the net. All right, Mr. Ralph, when's the last time the Leafs scored 2 power play goals in the game?
It's Frank Mahovlich and Dick Duff. It
sure?
Feels like it, doesn't it? Pasternak right off the face-off got his stick up. So the Leafs go to the power play. Like we said, I mean, the struggles of the power play, and it was Terry Koshan, wasn't it, the Toronto Sun, that went back, and it really started in February of last year, where things started to go south. They couldn't get it going in the regular season or the playoffs, so the start of this year.
Maple Leaf Power Play brought to you by Enbridge Sustain, with a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you. You can just think about the player's sweet flow. Leafs win the face-off. Marner, near side for Tavares. Half boards, working down into the corner, gives it to Marner. Marner sends it back to Riley at the point. Off on the wing to Nylander. Cross ice for Marner. Marner centering pass. That was deflected and into the far corner where Nylander centers and scores! Obfuscated in! Willie Nylander, and no sooner said. The Leafs have a pair of power play goals.
Again, Matthew Nyes in front, but this goes off a Bruin. And Nylander will have his 3rd power play goal of the season. A very similar bounce that we saw Jordan Kyrou get in St. Louis on a Saturday night. A pass where I believe Nylander is trying to hit Nyes or maybe even Mitch Marner. The backside, it goes off a skate. I believe it was Brandon Carlo's right skate that redirects it past Jeremy Swayman, low glove side. This was actually, it was about a foot off the ice. They say never a bad play to throw it at the net, and the Leafs get a bounce.
Well, they haven't had many bounces with the power play this year.
Even the goal they gave up in Minnesota, where Minnesota player, who was it, Hartman, wasn't it?
Yep.
Kicked the stick at John Tavares and the puck went in, and that was the only goal the Leafs had given up. But Anthony Stolarz has been brilliant, but the Leafs find a little bit of offense against Boston.
Leafs with a couple of power play goals. It's 2-0. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
The NASCAR Championship is on the line, and SiriusXM will take you to the track for every thrilling turn.
1, 2, 3 cars crashing and colliding.
Sunday at 2 Eastern. 4 drivers enter with equal points, and the highest finisher takes the crown.
Hey Insiders, thanks for hanging out with us tonight for the Leafs and the Bruins. You know what time it is. There's that location arrow. It's time for you to let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Put your nation's flag emoji that we can see all over the world where people are watching from. And if you're in Canada, city and province, if you're in the United States, God bless you for being here on election night and a place where we don't talk politics. We do hockey. We do sports here at Toronto Sports Insider. So thank you for spending election night here during the hockey game. All right, with that being said, let's get back to the chat. Good luck to your team, but go Leafs go. We're getting the victory. Sorry, Bruins fans. It's our night tonight.
With the SiriusXM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, you know, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Radio Network.
Mitch Marner with 2 assists, primary assists. That one's a bit of a gift wrap one, but it's still there. And the Maple Leafs have a 2-0 lead on goals from Riley and Nylander. Nylander with his 10th of the season.
And I mean, he has been streaky. Nylander points at only 6 of 13 games coming in. Yeah. Up until the Minnesota game, they've all been multi-point games.
Leafs play the puck out at center ice. Zacha shooting it back in, slowed up by Stolarz, back of the goal. He's going to pump it along the wall and get it to the line. McMahon is able to body his man and get the puck out at center ice. Nylander unable to reach, or at least Robertson unable to reach it, and the Bruins have a down low pass in front of the net. Oh my, it's Stolarz again! Highway robbery and stole that one again. Great pad save and another penalty coming to Boston.
I think this is a bit of a weak one. McAvoy's going to go. I think the stick is on the right hip of Nick Robertson. I think he clamps onto it with his arm and drops. I think if we see this, Joe, I mean, McAvoy's incensed, and I agree with this. I think this is a soft call that goes the Leafs' way. Jim Montgomery on the Boston bench is looking up at the replay.
Well, the Leaf power play again is brought to you by Enbridge Sustain. With a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you, you can just think about the player's sweet flow.
Well, I'm thinking about the sweet flow of Anthony Stolarz on that save that
he's made 3 brilliant saves in this game. Well, when's the last time the Leafs scored 3 power play goals in a game? Harmon, back down into the Leaf zone it goes.
That's going to be well into last year, I think.
Okay, if he wants to get a free spot in the press box and sit next to us, he should do some work. Here's Marner. A bad pass is intercepted. Bruins send it down into the Leaf end. Riley circles the goal. Brings it to the line and drops it back for Marner. Marner to Nylander. Nylander in on the left wing, nicely knocked down there by Nyes, but stolen by the Bruins. Fed ahead for Marchand. Marchand trying to drive the net, got back, but the loose puck is backhanded to the goal, and another pad save made there. Then Tavares starts out of his own end. Drops the puck back for Morgan Riley. Riley being bothered there by Marchand. Will get a return pass from Marner. Marner, now a drop pass by Riley, and out comes Marner to center. Marner going to shoot it in this time. Bruins onto the puck quickly, played back of the net and up on the wing and out and down the ice. And this power play is not very effective with 46 seconds left to go in it. 2-0 Toronto.
Well, you've scored in back-to-back games, so I don't think it's time to get cocky, is it?
Here's Domi sifting right into goal. Oh, and that was stopped by Swayman as he sifted right around 2 defensemen. Leafs get it back along the boards to the blue line. Pacioretty keeping the puck in. Gets it returned from Ekman Larsson and then returns the favor. Ekman Larsson doesn't shoot it. Domi in front of the net, a shot. That's blocked. Ekman Larsson now to the near side for Pacioretty. Pacioretty back to Ekman Larsson. On the wing for Domi. Domi a little toe drag move and a shot. And that was just off the mark wide. Power play has 6 seconds left in it. Domi once more. In front, the shot. Blocked. Rebound. Robertson curling out with a shot. That was blocked. The penalty is over. But a flurry at the end of that power play as the Leafs have a 2-0 lead.
Boy, Nick Robertson had 3 great opportunities from the slot, and Max Domi a great move to get in from the high slot, move around his man and That didn't get to Swayman.
Played to center ice by Toronto, and now Reeves trying to get in. He helps out for Lorentz. Lorentz with a shot that hit a leg, and Pasternak turns back up ice for Boston. Pasternak into the zone. Dropping it back, he gets it returned and faked the shot. Set it off on the left wing side. Lindholm couldn't help him out. Puck is back of the Toronto goal and gobbled up there by Christopher Tanev. Tanev launching a high alley-oop and looking for Reeves. Reeves comes away with the puck and played it around back of the net, but Lorenz was not waiting for that. He was out in front. Brought back now by Benoit. Simon Benoit pushes it along the boards, and Domi traps on the near wing. Tried to play it back of the net. Cleared to the line, but not out. Long shot deflects over top of the Boston cage. Domi back to the point again. Near side, Timmins. Another shot right on. And with Nyes, we're going to have to put a parking meter out in front of the opposing goal because that young man has got a fistful of quarters.
I just absolutely love that because it's an element that has been missing for a long time.
2-0 Toronto, 5:58 to go, second period. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
As fall approaches and birds head south, a different kind of bird emerges, the Subaru. While migratory flocks seek warmth, Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive keeps drivers soaring through the wild. During the migrating season, Subaru's hunger for adventure grows exponentially, driving the intrigued radio listeners to fall for Subaru at their local Subaru dealerships.
Oh yeah, insiders, we've got some more super chats to talk about. Zippold with another one, and Lucius with 2. Thank you, Lucius. Go Blues, go. I'll say it for you, buddy. You're a cool dude hanging out in the chat. Appreciate it, man. Thanks for being here. As well, we've got lots of people here in the chat. Brad Smith firing it up, man. Keep it up, brother. You are kicking it. Holy Mackinac. Go, Leafs, go. Let's get the chat rolling here. Let's get behind our buds. We're kicking some ass tonight, aren't we? Let's keep it going, huh? Let's do this. All right. Let's take it back. Michael Adams in the chat. Joel Sulal. Good to see you. Brady Power. Richard Fewer. Cheers, Richard. Man, you the man. Richard, give it up to Richard in the chat. One of the original moderators here on Toronto Sports Insider. When I mentioned we were at 4,575 subscribers last year on this day, Richard was here. We're at 55,887. Should we go get 50 tonight, guys? Let's go get 50K. Come on now. Let's go. Zip says 1,000 likes, another $10, folks. Let's get Zip to make it happen with 1,000 likes. We're right there. We're at 801. 199 to go. And we've got 113 to 56K. Let's get back to the hockey. Go Leafs, go.
First night that the college football rankings have been put out, and the Fighting Irish of Notre Dame are 10th. Everything else is pretty much immaterial, just like the election.
Somebody might change that ranking.
Yes, you never know. Face off to the left in the Boston zone. Willie Nylander with his 10th of the season.
Ties him for the NHL lead in goals.
Played out at center ice by Boston, but it's going to be an icing call. And with 5:46, face-off coming back in Boston territory, so the shutout streak is over for the Boston Bruins, and of course you have that statistic at your fingertips.
Yes it is. It ended when Morgan Riley scored.
Very good. Hopefully someone will come up with some numbers.
Armin.
Leafs win the draw. Shot goes off a leg and bounces to center ice, and Timmins gets it up ahead, and Pacioretty fires it deep into Boston territory. Nylander down the boards, took an elbow there from Frederick and is slow to get up. The puck goes around to the far side for Jake McCabe. Punch back on the near side to find Tavares. Tavares into the slot to Nylander. One-timer went just wide. Pacioretty hustling after it and gets some assistance from Tavares. Tavares out of a crowd, still with it, back to the point. Shot blocked off the stick of McCabe, and the Bruins have it under control back of the net with Zadorov. Zadorov skates to center. And Frederick failed to control his pass, and the Leafs get it back out at center. Zadorov freed it up, and now Pasternak in. That shot was blocked. Rebound is tipped wide of the net, but a penalty coming to Toronto, which you could probably smell all the way up here after the Leafs have had the previous 3.
And I think as well, Joe, there are a couple of soft ones called against Boston. There's probably been a few soft ones both ways tonight, right? The Tanev penalty, they did correct themselves on Max Pacioretty's penalty that they originally called as a 5-minute major so they could review it, and then decided that it wasn't a penalty.
Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game. Lease the CRV from 2.99% up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. Second period brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that is really big on care as a rolling puck goes in on Stolars, and he covers up. Bring a face-off in the Toronto zone. 4th power play opportunity for the Bruins. The Leafs have had 5 in this game.
The shutout streak for the Bruins was 156-31.
You sure?
I think it's real close. Like
somewhere there are 2 math teachers
within 4
who are saying those 2 idiots couldn't add 2 and 2.
I'm going to say I'm within 3 minutes.
I love it. Puck in the Toronto zone, bounced out at center by Tanev. Did you ever have to use a slide rule? Or was that out of the mix when you went to school?
Well, it wasn't there on Thursdays. I didn't use it.
Pasternak getting it down into the corner. Marchand trying to get a pass in front. The drive from the blue line. Knocked down by Stolars. Another shot is stopped. He's lost his goal stick again. Puck comes back to the blue line. McAvoy getting it up. Now here's a bit of an interesting call. Marchand, or was it Pasternak, who decided that the goal stick was a little too close to the net, so I'm just going to push it into the corner.
Yeah, there was no call on it. That can be called an unsportsmanlike conduct penalty. And Pasternak then for the left wing circle, now, knowing that Stolars couldn't poke check him, sort of backed his way in from the face-off dot. Stolars only has faced 18 shots. I'm going to say that 8 or 9 have been spectacular saves.
Off a face-off win, the Leafs ice the puck. Now, Stolars, on that occasion, literally threw his stick aside. He wanted to have that blocking glove move quicker on the post. So a lot of it is somewhat predetermined. Now the Bruins with Pasternak in the near corner. A shot from a sharp angle, stopped by Stolars. The puck is at the side of the crease. And Anthony Stolars is becoming a fan favorite as he covers that up and holds for a faceoff with 34 seconds left in the power play. 3:26 to go second period. The Leafs have scored twice with the man advantage in this second frame to lead 2-0.
Mentioned it a few times. The most he's ever played in this season in the NHL is 27 games. Most he's ever played pro. He hit the 40-game mark for the Lehigh Valley Phantoms, which was the Philadelphia Flyers farm team in the American League.
Leafs have won the draw and iced the puck.
But it's like anything else, unless you get the opportunity, and this has been his greatest opportunity to be a number 1 in his career, you don't know what they can do.
No. Puck in the near corner, pushed aside. Penalty has 12 seconds left in it. The Leafs had a chance to ice it, and now they do, as it's pushed up out the wing on the left wing side. Brought in now by David Kemp as he rolled it to the front of the net. Nyes wasn't able to get there in time, but the penalty is over. Pontus Holmberg is back on. Brought to center now by Boston. Flipped into the corner by newly acquired Tyler Johnson. Morgan Riley for the Maple Leafs gets it ahead. Holmberg trying to get to the red line, and he does, to shoot it in and buy a change of players. Puck stolen by the Leafs, and a centering pass there by Tavares. Just failed to connect with Pacioretty.
Boy, Swayman has had a few miscues handling the puck in this period, hasn't he?
Bruins play it in on the right side. Down the boards goes Koepke, and a pass in front of the net didn't work. Around the boards to the far side. Cole Koepke gets there again to play it back of the net. Koepke working back to the point. Dished off there by Lindholm. Shot to the side of the goal. Paddled down by goaltender Stolarz, and then Nylander gets the puck to center, and Tavares is able to bunt it down into Boston territory. Bruins trail 2-0 to the Maple Leafs. Trying to even the season series as a glove pass will be knocked down. Initiated by Simon Benoit and accepted by Max Domi. So the face-off coming in deeper into the Toronto zone.
By the way, Morgan Riley, his goal was the 84th goal of his career, and he now passes both Thomas Kaberle and Brian McCabe for 5th place among Leaf defensemen all time. Thank you, Armin.
Face off to the right in the Toronto zone. Minute 43 left in the second period. Bruins win the draw. Zadorov sends it down into the corner. Cut off and pushed back into the corner by Domi. Stolen back by Marchand. Back of the net. Still free. Bruins try to find an open man and do as it's banked back to the blue line. McAvoy saucers in for Marchand. Back to McAvoy. Centering pass. That went off Marner in front of the net and into the corner. Bruins with it again. Get it back into the slot. McAvoy shot and a blocking arm save, and a good one made there by Stolarz. Marchand tries to center for Pasternak, and a penalty coming here to Toronto.
Well, and then Nyes was tripped by Pasternak.
A shot deflects into the corner off a Leaf player, and a slash has been detected. And so the Bruins, who have gone to the power play in the last 6 games 25 times, add another 5 to that robust total. 30.
Are we even in penalties tonight yet?
This is their 5th, and the Leafs have had 5.
Go good.
So is that even?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We all to wait for that. I mean, so they call a slash. But you know what? There's still a trip. Pasternak on Matthew Nyes after the slash. And that wasn't called. There have been, like we said, some rather soft calls both ways.
Here's Coyle getting it into the corner, centering pass in front, and a shot. That deflects over top of the goal. The Leafs are going to get to it, and Marner gingerly plays it off the far boards into Boston territory. Benoit is the only player replaced. McAvoy dropping it back. Brought to the line and in by Boston. And Lindholm got it to the point. Pasternak gets it in to Lindholm in the corner. Puck back of the Toronto goal. Marner steals. Gets it up on the wing. David Camp can't get it out. Neither could Tanev. They battle on the boards. Puck still free. Pushed up against the wall and now back of the net. And McCabe has it go off a skate. Marner made a great play. That was going to be kept in by the Boston player, but he drags his skate purposely to redirect it, and down the ice it goes. Cute little play, but so effective, and there's the end of the period, which will dissect this power play by exactly a minute.
And I think what we see with that is how he thinks the game. You know, he's like I said, if you're playing the video game and you can see everything from up top like we do here, it's the way he has that vision. Very few players have it, and that's why Mitch Marner, who by the way has extended his point streak to 6 games tonight. Clever little play on the defensive side to end the period.
Riley from Marner and Nyes. Nylander from Marner and Riley. And the Maple Leafs' 2 power play goals have built the 2-0 lead after 40 minutes. Ailish Forfire and Justin Cuthbert coming your way. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
What's up, Maple Leafs fans? Thank you so much for hanging out with us tonight. I just had to say thank you to all of you, whether you've been here since 365 days ago, when we had 4,575 insiders, or if you just joined in the most recent game last night, bringing us to the total of 55,283 insiders. Thank you so much for being a part of our awesome Toronto sports community. Now let's cheer on our buds. We've got to cheer on our Leafs tonight and get loud in the chat. I want to see a lot of Go Leafs go out there because we need this win over the Bruins. It's been over 2 years. Let's get them. Go Leafs, go. We'll see you back in the chat.
I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play. Weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kochetkov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and see if we can build off of last season.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to Sirius XM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of Sirius XM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on Sirius XM FC channel 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
Ray Hudson here with an important announcement. You can listen to your favourite Sirius XM FC shows on the all-new Sirius XM app, now available for all subscribers.
Leafs Radio Network.
Back of the net, 9. Back to Marner. Marner holding, still within, circles back, top of the circle. Now to Riley with a shot, he scores! Morgan Riley, point shot! Leafs on the board! Power play goal! And into the far corner where Nylander centers and scores! Obfuscated in! Willie Nylander, and no sooner said, the Leafs have a pair of power play goals!
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. You heard that right. You are not dreaming. The Maple Leafs scored 2 power play goals in one period, in one game.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's 2-0.
Is there a full moon? Is there something weird happening?
I can check on the moon for you.
South of the border. There
is something weird going south of the border.
Could be a wacky night because the Maple Leafs have 2 power play goals, not in a game, in a period, in a stretch of time that, it wasn't so vast. It's pretty remarkable to see things work out the way that they do because, no Austin Matthews in the lineup, and yet the power play converts. Now, these things are probably not directly correlated, but there's one thing that seemed pretty instructive maybe moving forward, and that was just the positioning and usage of Matthew Nyes, who definitely played a large part despite not getting a point in Morgan Riley's goal.
It is a waxing crescent tonight.
Ooh,
so
isn't that something that was like top of mind, topical? Waxing crescent?
No idea about the waxing crescent. That was
I don't know.
a quick Google search.
Okay.
I don't know.
We can move on.
Okay, but just keep that in mind next time there's a waxing crescent. At least those
I've actually heard of that before, so that's why it's...
Well, I mean, that's a moon phase.
I know, but I'm not really up on my moon phases.
Okay, well, I'm sure it showed up in your horoscope one day. But you're right. I think let's try to contextualize something from those two goals. Morgan Rielly is having a really great offensive start to his season. You know, I know Armin sent these stats to Bonesy already, so you've heard them. But it was Rielly's fourth goal already last season. He didn't score his fourth goal until December 11th, and he's already passed Thomas Caberlet and Brian McCabe tonight with his 84th Leaf goal, which puts him fifth place among Toronto defensemen. But he's been a better offensive threat. And it was interesting when, they got OEL, where is Morgan Rielly going to play? Is he going to be the offensive forward or defenseman they need on the power play? But I think that both goals, Willie's was just throwing the puck on net. But sometimes you need an ugly one, right? And it was nice to see
Morgan
an ugly
Rielly's
one go
was
in.
kind of just throwing a puck on net,
That's what
too.
I'm saying. Both goals, you just kind of throw the puck on net. You got Jeremy Swayman, who's a really great goaltender, and he's very sound, but you got a big body in front. You get a little chaos in there, and the puck can go in. So great to see it. I'm sure it feels like a sigh of relief for one coach in that room.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, woo!
Yeah, but maybe something like actually learned here. The common denominator on the goals was Matthew Nyes being in front of the net. On the first one, certainly he took away the eyes of Jeremy Swayman, and that's how a muffin, frankly, it was a muffin from Morgan Rielly, beats a goaltender clean because he could not see it. That's step one here, I think, in remedying this power play. Get some traffic in front of the net. They got that with Matthew Nyes. And then he's just battling with Brandon Carlo on the second one. And great, it was not a high percentage play from William Nylander, throwing a pass about knee high into the slot from basically the corner. But because there was something happening in front of the net, it found a shin and went into the net.
It's not that hard of a thing to think that could happen, right?
No, if you're throwing pucks into traffic areas, it can get a bounce. It can get, it could get knocked down, a rebound, a loose puck. There are just things that can happen that go beyond or are way more reductive than Austin Matthews getting the puck in a dangerous area and beating a goaltender clean. Sometimes it's not a clean goal.
Can't
there
always
are
be the
often
pretty one.
dirty goals, and we got two ones that are not going to be considered Mona Lisas that give the Maple Leafs a 2-0 lead heading into the third period against a good team in the Boston Bruins.
Okay, a couple more things from that period. Besides the two power play goals, I think Anthony Stolar has made 5 or 6, perfect position saves with just a quick cut across the crease, a toe save, a glove save. Like, he is dialed, and it's been so great to watch. And, just hope that his confidence stays up, because I think he's clearly the number one. I know that you have to kind of think about where you're going to put Joseph Woll in here and there, but he should be getting all the big starts against the big opponents like tonight. The standalone, boom, it's the Boston Bruins. And you'll think about how to get Joseph Woll in there, but I feel so confident when I see Anthony Stolarz, and I think the more he saves and the more the team plays well around him, like, it's just a really, really nice story, and he had a great period to keep it 2-0.
Yeah, he did. He's not Andrei Vasilevsky yet, but what I think the thing that's most impressive about Andrei Vasilevsky is this massive human being who moves around the crease so athletically that it's just, like, honestly breathtaking at times. And the thing that stands out about Stolarz is, he's massive,
huge,
but the way he gets across, the way he continues to make himself big despite having to move, is Vasilevsky-esque. I'll go that far.
Like Vasilevsky light.
He is unbelievably athletic for how big he is. And I think that's the one thing that was probably underrated, or at least not understood with him coming over to Toronto, is just how good of an athlete Anthony Stolarz is. Like, he's making really, really good athletic saves, getting over to rob Bruins shooters and just shooters on the entire year. Another really good period from Stolarz, just showing you what he can do in the line of fire.
All right, we'll take a quick break. It's a 2-0 lead for the Maple Leafs after 40 minutes. On the other side, we'll give you the out-of-town scoreboard, a couple more thoughts before third period. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590, The Fan, and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
NHLshop.ca, the official online store of the National Hockey League, and Canada's largest selection of officially licensed NHL fan gear, with unique one-of-a-kind designs by Fanatics.
What's up, insiders? All right, so I was refilling my cocktail upstairs, and I got sidetracked by the cleaning job that is ahead. So this here is where it all started, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it all started. one of those older PCs, so it's a little bit heavy. Just a message for everybody out there, okay? I bought that on credit, all right? For a year, 12 months, 0 interest or whatever, as a dream to start an amazing community. We're way past that now. I'm just moving it downstairs here to get it out of the living room because it's been acting as our cable box for the last however. But I'm just wanted to say, guys, thank you so much for helping me make this community. Like, this is amazing. I couldn't do it without you. When I started this thing, when I was in the chat with 4 people and 2 of them were me, one was my computer and one was my phone, I couldn't have imagined the success that you all have brought here on Toronto Sports Insider. So thank you so much for hanging out with us. Thank you for hitting that like button. Let's go 4 more for Zip. Let's go smash that like button. Right now, everybody who is watching, exit out of the chat, hit that like button right now. Let's get over 1,000 and let's push for 1,500 tonight. And look at that, 105 new subscribers away from hitting 56,000 insiders. Big third period ahead, boys and girls. Let's have some fun tonight. It's a big, big night. Bud's looking good. Let's get that shutout, Stolars. Let's get it. All right, guys, back at it. Go Leafs, go.
365 every time. Maybe you heard it here first. Want to hear more? Visit uline.ca. ULINE, your shipping and industrial supply specialists.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
You're listening to Toronto Maple Leafs hockey.
Here's a chance in front for Kemp, trying to get in front of that. He scores!
On Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network. It is a 2-0 lead for the Toronto Maple Leafs after 40 minutes against the Boston Bruins. 2 power play goals in 1 period. In this economy, you bet. The NHL scoreboard is presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
It is a busy night in the NHL. No NBA games, but a ton of NHL games. 11 on the schedule tonight. Ongoing now, the Sabres have a 4-1 lead, over the Ottawa Senators. It's 1-1 Calgary and Montreal, end of 2. The Hurricanes have a 4-3 lead over the Flyers in the 3rd period. The Penguins up 2-1 on the Islanders in the 2nd. There are no goals so far. Jets and Utah early 2nd. Lightning and Blues early 2nd as well, still scoreless. Kings and Wild scoreless early 2nd. Still to come tonight, Kraken, Avalanche, Canucks, Ducks, Blue Jackets, Sharks.
All right, we had one quick note before we send it back to Joe and Jim. It's starting to become a weird question why Ryan Reeves hasn't fought anybody yet. Had a great opportunity tonight where there was a full-on scrum happening and bodies were being thrown and punches were being thrown, and he was on the ice for it and elected not to fight again. Kind of just confused on this.
Yeah, I mean, I guess we kind of talk out of both sides of our mouth because Ryan Reeves clearly could have taken away the power play that preceded the Morgan Riley goal if he had reacted when Nikita Zadorov stood over Max Pacioretty and kind of shoved his face into the ice a little bit. That's when you would expect, a response from Ryan Reeves. A big guy takes a liberty on a top 6 forward. Yeah, Ryan Reeves, gloves come off, let's go. I'm not sure why it hasn't happened so far. That was definitely an opportunity when it could have happened. Maybe there's something in the instruction from Craig Berube to not be too over anxious to fight, because that definitely felt like time and place, but the decision not to may have, set the table for a couple power play goals in the period. I like fights that are reactive in the moment. I feel like there have been moments this season, but it just hasn't happened, and I guess we'll keep scratching our head a little bit about that.
All right, we'll see if this game gets out of hand or continues a nice, easy pace for the Maple Leafs. A 2-0 lead after 40 minutes. Joe Bowen and Jim Ralph have the call. The third next. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Focus your mind, reduce stress, and rest easy with instrumental lo-fi hip-hop channels in the SiriusXM app. Start the day with an upbeat jolt of Lo-Fi Cafe. Stay in the zone with Lo-Fi Study. Or drift off to Lo-Fi Sleep. Explore them all at home on Alexa, Google Home, smart TVs, and everywhere on the SiriusXM app. Just search Lo-Fi.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me.
Okay, it is time to get ready for this third period. Zip old $50 super chat. My goodness. Zip, thank you so much. Unbelievable. Wow. This is unreal. The support that we have seen from this community and from Zip and Pierre and Lucius tonight. Holy cow. Holy Mackinac. Forget the cow. We got the Mackinac coming because we've got a couple more goals going. Let's go. There you go. Set the goal now, guys. Buy the Four Nations Cup. 60K and 2,000 likes a game. Let's go, says Brad. We're getting it done. All right, we're definitely getting to 60 here. The CFL playoffs are big. We got over 150 new subscribers during the Rough Riders and BC Lions game. So I'm sure we're going to pick up a bunch more during the Western Final. And hey, Steph, I'm looking at you. The Als, they're going down like the Bruins tonight, buddy. Argos are going to the Grey Cup out in Vancouver. All right, we're doing it. Go Argos, go. Go Leafs, go. Back to the hockey. Big third period. Let's get that shutout, and let's go get 56,000 insiders. Cheers, Zip. Thank you, my man. Thank you.
Burns gets it back. Stick handles to the backhand. Moves in front. Score!
NHL play-by-play on SiriusXM.
The Leafs Radio Network.
2-0 Toronto. Third period brought to you by Enbridge Sustain. With a smart flow heating and cooling system that's always thinking about you, you can just think about the players' sweet flow. And the Leafs will defend the goal to our right, where Anthony Stolarz has been outstanding in goal. And a little movement early, and Brad Marchand will have to get back on his side of the red line. And the puck is dropped, and we're underway. And we're stopped.
All right, I don't want to jinx this, but there are stats. Boston, their 6 losses have all come when they've trailed at the end of 40 minutes of play, and all 6 Leaf wins, they have taken a lead into the third period.
That's just statistical information. We're underway now, and it is played up on the right side and chipped in by Coyle. Around the boards, Tanev ringing the rink, and on the fresh ice, down she goes with 38 seconds left in this power play. Bruins are back with it. And starting out with McAvoy. Up ahead for Pasternak. Pass intercepted by Marner and played back out into neutral ice. Coyle gets it down into the corner. Tanev trying to pry his stick free. Was held there, and a penalty coming to Boston. It will be Marchand, I believe, going to the penalty box.
Jake McCabe got spilled too, and he was looking for a penalty, but in 17 seconds... Max Domi will get out of the box. Marchand doesn't like the call. He's giving it to the official all the way to the penalty box. But this was, sticks between the legs of Tanev. And we're watching, basically steps on the stick of Marchand.
Previous high for the Maple Leafs in a game for the power play is 4. On 3 occasions. 4 occasions. Still working. 4 occasions. They are now about to have their 5th. Draw one by Toronto. on the right side, and a shot by Nylander, and a save made, and quickly cleared from Swayman high into the Leaf zone.
It would have been nice to get a bonus goal there, wouldn't it? 4-on-4.
Now the power play is in effect. Domi is heading to the bench. Nylander up the right wing boards, dropping the puck back for Marner. Marner with a little move as he gains the zone and works into the slot area. Now back towards the blue line. Down to the far half boards. Works in center of the net. A shot right on. Oh, a great chance for Tavares. Set up by Mitchell Marner. And a good save made by Swayman.
Leafs got a bit of a break that Hampus Lindholm sort of tripped and fell, and Marner just blew past them. The right wing circle and threw it out to John Tavares in front. So I like what we've seen with the power play, Joe. There's a lot more movement, isn't there? It's not the stationary 5 guys flared out, making 10 passes to get it back to where it started.
And Tavares wins the draw. Nylander is able to come away with the puck, but he mishandles it, and it slides out at center. Now, without Austin Matthews in the lineup, the experiment of 5 forwards has not been applicable here this evening. Morgan Rielly remains out there for Toronto, and he has in fact scored a goal and has it over to the right wing side for Nyes. Into the offensive zone they go. Nyes had it knocked off his stick. Bruins are able to find it and shoot it out and down the ice. Rielly goes back, plays it ahead for Nyes. Nyes drives into the zone. He is somewhat tackled, and the puck goes free. And now Rielly trying to keep it in. Bruins are there, and McAvoy makes a great play after losing his stick. He batted the puck all the way out and down the ice with a half minute to go in the power play. Rielly slowly to center. A pass for Robertson missed, and icing is going to be the end result as it'll come back. And this power play has looked like many that have gone previous this season. Although I guess you can't be overly critical when you're 2 for 4 thus far in this game.
I mean, it's back to the point where there's just no possession time. You have trouble getting the puck in, and we just saw another misplace that leads to an icing call and a face-off back to the right of Stollers. With 23 seconds left in the penalty to Marchand.
Domi gets it around back of the net. Morgan Rielly is going to head to the bench to allow Domi to bring it out. Domi gets to center, and the shoot-in goes down the far side for Pacioretty. Cleared off the boards, it won't clear. Kept in there by the Leafs defenseman Ekman Larsson. A centering pass, and that was stopped. The rebound comes to Domi. The penalty is over. Pass over on the left side for Robertson, too far. And Marchand starts out of his own zone. Marchand trying to beat Ekman Larsson to the front of the net. Ekman Larsson does a nice job tying up the Boston forward. Leafs against the boards, can't get it out initially, and is kept in. Here's Pasternak trying to drive the net, and the pass partially deflects off of Robertson's stick. McAvoy was hoping it would not. Bruins cycle the puck down low. Pasternak against the boards, running into traffic there against Robertson. Robertson nailed to the boards, cleared off the wall by the Leafs. It won't have enough to go for icing, and it will allow the Leafs to get a change of players going. 3.5 minutes played into the third. The Leafs with a 2-0 lead. Sent down into the Toronto zone. Benoit circles the goal to swing it around on the far side. Knocked down there by Reeves. He got it out at center. Cleared back in again by Boston. Driving the net now is Brazeau. He couldn't get a shot away. Kept alive by the Bruins as they play it back into the corner. Grabbed there by Kostelek. Kostelek off the boards to the left point. Shot by Lindholm goes wide. Bruins with it back at the blue line. Trying to work his Kepke. Kepke to the far side. Lindholm is knocked down on the play, and the Leafs are going to get it off the boards and bank it down into Boston territory, and icing waved off by the linesman. Reeves runs his man to the boards, takes a slash for his efforts there from Zadorov. Funny, a lot of the big guys in the league don't like to be hit. Now here's a puck down in the Toronto end, turned over in Nylander. Trying to play it ahead for Pacioretty. Nylander able to bring it in, but Pacioretty was about a half stride early. Getting in on the left wing, and the play is blown dead on the offside. Face-off back in neutral ice. And we got our good friend Red Batty, former equipment manager of the Green Bay Packers, listening to us.
Yeah.
Probably down in Chicago. I think that's where Red is hanging his hat these days after officially retiring from his duties as the long-time equipment manager of the
How long was Red
Blessed
there?
Bays.
Over 30 years, wasn't it?
38 years, I think it was. Leafs play it down into the Boston zone. Bruins launch it high to center. Going to be grabbed here by Jake McCabe, who finds his defense partner Chris Tanev on the far side. And he's able to one-hand it out at center. Nyes will give chase. McAvoy lost the puck.
Oh, no. They're going to call Nyes for tripping.
Wow. Wow.
I think McAvoy stumbled. We'll take a look at the rebound, but McAvoy tried to throw a backhand pass with Nyes on him, and I think he just stumbles. Oh, it's a hook.
I don't know about this.
Now, we're going to be able to, that's what makes us it's
wow.
Can they review that for a major? And then negate it? I mean, that's, the officials have had a tough night tonight, I think, both ways. Whether it was a Tanev hit on Pasternak, Robertson drawing a penalty when he clamped down on a Boston stick. And, I mean, that one is, I don't know where the hook was.
No.
One hand on his stick.
Bruins win the draw. Lindholm, a shot. Deflects to the far corner. Bruins, Marchand. Round back of the centering pass. Comes back to McAvoy at the point. Near side for Lindholm. Lindholm down into the corner. His pass was partially blocked. Grabbed off by Coyle. Into the corner for Lindholm. Lindholm back to the point. A shot right on the rebound. Toe save made by Stolarz. Back to the point again. A pass in front. Backhand. Stolarz again. A magnificent left pad save. And he covers up on it. Holy Mackinac. What a performance Anthony Stolarz is putting on here.
Some of these saves not remind you of a Felix Potvin? I mean, the style we see there, kicks the puck out, still has his balance forward and is able to fall forward and cover up on it.
The blue pads help.
Yeah, maybe that is. Not quite the cat mask.
No.
Maybe that's what I'm drawing from.
I don't know. But as soon as you mentioned that, I thought, you're right. Absolutely. Bruins win the draw. McAvoy keeps it in at the left point. Round back to the net for Marchand. Drops it off into the left corner again. Pasternak back of the net for Marchand. Marchand to Lindholm. To McAvoy, now to Pasternak. And the big goalie was over there to block that with the blocking glove. And they're chanting as the Leafs try to clear it, and they do, getting it out and down the ice. Penalty kill brought to you by your Ontario Honda dealer. Up your game, lease the CRV with 2.99%, up to 28 months. Visit HondaOntario.com. Bruins in now with Pasternak. Got it around back of the net. Tanev took the wrong angle to it. The Bruins are able to keep it in. Marchand into the corner. Trying to work with it is Coyle. Back to the point it comes. Long shot. And again, Stolarz got a pad in front of that. Marchand with it once more. Down into the corner for Coyle. Coyle had his pass intercepted by Marner. Marner saucers it ahead. David Kampf is alone. And a big save made by Swayman on the breakaway.
Is that not a hook? I mean, it was similar. It was a one-handed reach.
Yeah, unfortunately, Kampf didn't go down. Bruins bringing it back. Launch it into the zone. Penalty is expired. Leafs get it up on the boards, but not out the first time, but do the second. Nyes unable to get it away there from Zadorov. Bruins back to center. In across the line is Lindholm. Hampus Lindholm lost the puck, and now a foot race with Lorenz trying to break in. He is hauled down. Tried to play it in for Nyes. That didn't work. Nyes is back of the goal. Couldn't center. He had Tavares coming down the chute to Nyes, working diligently back of the net. Nyes up against the boards, and Tavares helps out. Now Nyes adds support, but can't get it back to the point, but Nylander does. Over on the near side for Riley. Down into the corner. Morgan Riley trying to make a play. Back along the wall for Nylander. Lindholm is able to keep it in, and the puck comes out at center ice, and it is shot down into the Toronto zone as Tyler Johnson went sprawling, trying to draw another penalty. Pacioretty sends it back into Boston territory. 11:53 to play in the third. Bruins get rid of it. It's down the ice, and an icing call will come here against the Boston Bruins.
Now, one thing, well, you might have to come up with it, or the fans here have to come up with it, a chant for Anthony Stolarz. Remember, you always remember the Eddie chants for Eddie Belfour. I mean, that started when he was in Chicago.
Yeah, Anthony isn't a nice.
And then Stolarz, it's not a chant-friendly name.
All right. How about stole it? Stole it, stole it, stole it. No? We'll work on it.
This is kind of annoying, to be honest.
I thought we were friends.
Did you come up with that yourself, or you stole
Yes.
it?
No. Oh, very good. Very good. Shot down into the Boston zone, an icing call coming here.
I don't know if there was a chance for
All right,
Cujo.
it's not some of my best work.
No, well, we're
spitballing.
Cujo. We're spitballing. But I don't remember a chant.
Eddie.
Cujo.
Yeah, sure. I remember them going Cujo, sure. Which was better than Curtis.
I guess there was a Freddie chant for Freddie Anderson.
Freddie.
Yeah. We're gonna have to come up with something for Stolarz, because man, if this continues, there is going to be a lot of opportunities.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, you know what?
Drag out the Stolarz.
I gotta put my best man on it.
Armin.
Face off to the left in the Toronto zone. Draw one by the Bruins. Marchand's shot was blocked. Pasternak couldn't get it. Marchand got a weak shot to the side of the goal. The puck comes back to the point. Kept in by Boston. Cut off there nicely by Pontus Holmberg, and he got it out into the center ice area. Leafs are changing. Now Marchand is all tangled up there with Robertson. Leafs get the puck off the boards and down into Boston territory, but it'll be an icing call. Benoit, who was hoping to get to the bench, going to have to circle back and be a part of the defensive core here. Face off in the Toronto zone with 10:59 to play in the third period. Shots are 23-22 in favor of the Boston Bruins.
It seems like Stolarz has had more than 23 shots. I always had. I mean, if
they
that's
have
the total, at least half of them, I'm going to say more than half, have been exceptional saves.
Leafs don't get the puck out. Comes back to the point. Long shot goes wide of the net. Benoit taken to the boards. Against the wall. Grabbed off by the Bruins. Trying to come out with it now. Brazeau. It comes back to the point. McAvoy with a shot in traffic. Intercepted by Toronto and lifted by Domi. Just gingerly enough to get it into the Boston zone to get a change of players. McAvoy up on the left wing. That hit the linesman. Reeves is tripped. The puck comes to the near side. Brazeau in. Brazeau dropping it back. Fed around the boards by Witherspoon to the far side. Reeves just needs to get it out, and he does. And the Leafs will start another change. Bruins back in their own zone. Camp, Reeves, and Lorenz out for Toronto. Played from center ice into the zone, and a backhand try. Breaking in was Kostelic, and he set it wide of the net. Looked like it was going to be icing, but Kostelic caught up to it. Back of the net. Played around the boards there by Ekman Larsson. OEL goes after it again with Lorenz on the far side. Lorenz is taken off the puck. Another shot stopped by Stolars. Back to the point. Working the Bruins with it now down the right wing side. Down into the corner goes Zadorov. He had it played back along the boards. Played around to the far side, and Zadorov is there to tip it back to the point. A shot. That was deflected by the rebound. Chipped in front and it went off the side of the goal. Another pass across. Another shot. Stolars again goes post to post, and he makes another solid save as the puck goes down into the Boston zone.
Bruins pushing here.
Leafs trying to hang on here with under 10 minutes to play. Puck back in on the right side. Trent Frederick got it into the corner. Gets it back along the board. Centering pass. Tyler Johnson couldn't deliver a shot. Back to the point. Long shot high over top of the Leaf goal. Nylander needs to get the puck out, and he does. At center, Tavares chipping it in over the line for Pacioretty. He protects the puck and is hooked to the ice. No call, and the Bruins are going to live here as they get it out at center ice for Johnson. Shot into the Leaf end. Stolars slowed it up for Tanev. Tanev into the corner for McCabe. Rink wide pass, Nylander. Off the boards, too far for Nyes. And there's a small little mistake. You've got the puck at center ice. It's too hard of a bank pass, and all of a sudden now you're back defending on a defensive zone faceoff that easily could have been handled a little differently by just getting it into the zone.
It might be all forgotten if you can win a draw and get it out, but
Domi loses the draw, but the Leafs do get it out and chip it out courtesy of Matthew Nyes. Bruins bring it right back in. Backhand there by Marchand. Blockered away nicely by Stolars. In against the boards. Leafs try to get it freed up. Can't. It comes in front of the net again. Unable to get a stick on it, though, was Marchand. As it comes to the line, Domi buys half the rink by playing into Boston territory. Marner up for checking. Got to it and creates a disturbance and comes out of the corner with the puck. Looks for a man in front. Sent to the left wing side for McMahon. Bobby McMahon around back of the net. Back to the point now for Benoit, and he mishandles it. And the Bruins are going to counterattack. Coyle for Pasternak. Broken up there nicely by Benoit. He needs to get the puck out. He'll do that to get it to center. 7:25 left to go in the third. 2-0 Leafs over the Boston Bruins. Shot in on the backhand into the Toronto zone. Chipped along the boards. It'll come up on the wall. Broken up. The Bruins get it again. Back is Brazo in the near corner. Brazo tied up there by Pontus Holmberg. Holmberg can't come up with it. Zaka back to the point. Tries to saucer it off and does. Traffic in front. A shot went well wide. On the boards, chipping it off the glass, and out is Bobby McMahon. And Robertson almost stole it. Now Robertson gets it in over the line with some time and space. Rings it in around the boards to the near side to Morgan Rielly. Rielly punches it back of the net for Pontus Holmberg. Bank pass to Nylander. Closing with a shot. Pat save! And another good save on the rebound by Swayman. Penalty coming here. And it's going to Boston. Pontus Holmberg was tackled by Mark Kostelic.
Holmberg seemed to be a little shaken up after this as well. Roughing is going to be the call. That might have started deeper into the Boston zone, and Kostelic, former Ottawa Senator, is going to take a roughing penalty, and boy, with a power play goal, put this one away. 6:20 to go with the Leafs up by 2.
2-0 Toronto. You're listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Every fantasy football champion makes one defiant.
Hey you. Yeah, I'm talking to you. The Leafs fan, the hockey fan that's hanging out with us tonight on a Tuesday night listening to the Bruins and the Leafs and the legendary Joe Bowen's call. Get on it and hit that subscribe button. We are on our way to 75,000 subscribers/insiders here on TSI. Please help us get there. Hit that subscribe button. Turn on that bell so you don't miss it when we go live for every single Maple Leafs game this season, as well as every single Toronto sports game live right here. Now let's get back to the chat. Cheer them on. Go Leafs, go. Go Leafs, go. Let's see it in the chat. We'll see you guys back in there.
Direction. And if you can't, get out of town. We'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app.
The National Women's Soccer League Championship game is coming to Sirius XM.
Hey, it's World Cup winner Heather O'Reilly of Sirius XM FC. Join Jessica Charman and me for the first national radio broadcast of the NWSL final.
That's right, Heather. We'll be taking you through every thrilling moment live from Kansas City.
Join us as we make history at the 2024 NWSL final on Saturday, November 23rd at 8 Eastern.
And it's on Sirius XM FC channel 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The biggest names in the game.
Trying to get behind, wrist the line, and walks in, put it between his legs, shoots and scores!
NHL play-by-play on Sirius XM, the Leafs Radio Network.
We've got a couple of possibilities for Anthony Stolar's chant. Stoli, like the vodka, which I'm somewhat
familiar with.
Partial to it, familiar with. And, or like Tony Esposito. Anthony, Tony.
Yeah, and that's what they used to yell in Chicago Stadium. Chant that, Tony.
Because Esposito it takes too much time to get out.
And Tony's...
Espo is his brother more than Tony, I think. So anyway, Leafs to the power play. Bruins playing it up the middle and sending a long shoot-in down on Stoli, as the puck goes around back of the net. I like the idea of having the partnership with the vodka. My 10% for coming up with this idea. It's going to amount to millions. Brought on by Marner. Hits the line to Tavares on the right wing. Stops it up. Gets it back to the point to Nylander. Now to Riley to Nylander again in the slot with a shot. Scores! Holy Mackinac, the Leafs have scored 3 power play goals. A deflection in front of Nyes gets it where he should be with that roll of quarters.
Two goals on the night on the power play, throwing it from the point, one from the corner. Matthew Nyes with his back to Jeremy Swayman, but about 2 feet in front of the Boston goaltender. Willie Nylander throws it to the net. Nyes tips it down and skips it under the left glove of Swayman to give the Leafs a 3-0 lead, and the Bruins' 8-game regular season winning streak over the Leafs in jeopardy here.
Nyes with his 7th of the season. And the Leafs go 3 for 7 on the power play.
Another multi-point game for Willie Nylander.
Talk about correcting some things.
But I mean, look at the goals tonight. They weren't pretty.
No.
None of them.
No.
2 wrist shots from the point and one that bounced in off a skate from the sideboards.
Bobby McMahon making sure the puck got out at center. Turning with it is Zadorov. Bruins send it back into the Toronto zone. Poked along the boards. Robertson can't get it out. Morgan Riley has got a nice 3-point night. Goal and 2 helpers. Puck along the boards. Pontus Holmberg trying to get it out on the wing. And Robertson buys the neutral zone by chipping it down. And then Bobby McMahon almost had a break as he corralled the puck on the right wing but couldn't get a clear shot at goal.
McMahon hasn't played a lot, less than 10 minutes to this point.
Yeah, the last shift he was on, he had a lot of energy. Now David Camp at the Toronto blue line, regrouping it. And the crowd, never mind Stoli or Tony. It's Swayman. A little derisive call going here tonight. Puck in the center ice area. Reeves sends it to the blue line, but not in deep. Bruins bring it back. Lindholm taken to the boards on the near side. Puck comes back to the point. Kept alive by Boston as Pasternak gets it to the left point. Goaltender Swayman going to the bench for an extra attacker. Puck is stopped. Lorenz looking at the empty net as he gets to center. Drained it! Draino! Steven Lorenz puts the icing on this cake with an empty netter.
There was a little juice on that, wasn't there?
Why didn't he bank it? Why didn't he bank it? I mean, that was a two-corner pocket shot, easily handled.
Well, he had 1 goal and 3 points for the Florida Panthers last year in 38 games. And for Steven Lorenz, already this season, that is goal number 3. And point number 4. You love that he knew he had room down the left wing boards to just get it inside the red line. Take the icing out of the equation, and then he snaps it. The Leafs are up by 4.
Puck down in the Toronto zone. Banks off a stick and goes into the far corner. And played around back of the net. And the Leafs will get it up on the wing and pushed out at center ice. Shot back into the Toronto end. 3 minutes and 23 seconds left to play in the third period. Toronto 4. The Boston Bruins, no score. Off the board sent by Benoit. Bruins bring it back in over the line. Poitras dropping it back, but it comes outside the blue line. And Pacioretty one-hands it down into Boston territory. Bruins with a lead pass to center. Bounced in and a shot whistles wide of the Leaf goal. Played off the boards, high to center ice. This is going to skip down into Boston territory and be icing with 2:49 left to go in the third period.
Well, I tell you what's important about this game, other than ending an 8-game losing streak to the Boston Bruins. Like we said, when you look at the standings at the end of the year, I mean, these head-to-head games, and even go back to Austin Matthews scoring late in Boston. The Leafs went on to lose in overtime, but still could turn out to be an important point against a division opponent. And Leafs are going to test that also against the Canadiens and Detroit Red Wings before the week's done.
Can't get the puck out, and a long shot, and Stolarz had to see that last second to snap that right leg out to make the save. Leafs get it in over the line. Lorenz gets it a little bit deeper. Leafs fourth line out there, and a pass goes off Reeves' skate. Leafs are changing. Brought on by Boston to center. Played in over the line. Chipped right back out again for Max Domi. He'll get to center and shoot it in and miss a hit there from Brandon Carlo. Bruins back of the goal, and there's Nyes trying to come away with the loose puck in the far corner. Under 2 minutes to play, and it's played high to center ice, forcing Chris Tanev back into his own zone. Tanev, bank pass for Domi. At his own line, lifts it high down to the Boston blue line. Zadorov got it up on the wing. Shot in by Koepke. Leafs around the boards near side. Oliver Ekman-Larsson is going to airmail it high into neutral ice. Minute 24 to go in the third. 4-0 Toronto. Long shoot in on Stolarz. He decides to play it instead of cover it. The puck comes up on the near wing. Chopped at but not cleared. Witherspoon to the left wing side. Shot blocked. Reeves is able to muscle it out at center ice. 1:05 left to play in the third period. 4-0 Toronto. Brought on by Witherspoon. Shot into the Toronto zone in less than a minute to go. 4-0 Toronto. Played against the boards. Tavares got it ahead. Reeves coming to center. Flipped it off, and a long shoot-in goes right down on Swayman, who gloves it. 40 seconds left. Played up at center. Johnson to the right wing side. Backhanded in over the line. Chip back. Johnson comes away with the loose puck. Can't get a shot away. Goes after it in the far corner. Tyler Johnson Back into the slot it comes. Zadorov, a shot into the chest and smothered by Stolars. And Tony has got a hold of that one. 19.2 seconds left.
No, you say when a goaltender gets a shutout, it's perfection, but everything he has done tonight, post to post, rebound control. I mean, he is, like we said, 29 shots. 15 of them have resulted in spectacular saves.
Leafs win the draw, pump it around the boards, tipped off the wall and down into Boston territory with 10 seconds left. Anthony Stolars will celebrate his 9th career shutout, his first in a Toronto Maple Leaf uniform, stopping 29 shots as the Maple Leafs whitewash the Boston Bruins 4-0.
So for the Leafs, of the 8 losses they had in a row against Boston, 4 of them were in overtime, including earlier this year. So this turns into 3 out of 4 points that the Leafs can garner against Boston. But Anthony Stolars is the reason that they walk out of here. There's one thing the Leafs have been able to do this year is score ugly. And all 3 goals leading up to the empty netter by Steven Lorenz, it's not that they were all lucky. Certainly the Nylander one off a skating in was fortunate. Everything else was just old school hockey, and Matthew Nyes had a lot to do with it, providing the screen in front of Jeremy Swayman.
So the Maple Leafs win it by a score of 4-0. 3 stars are brought to you by Desjardins Insurance. Get insurance that's really big on care.
Well, I have a tough time with the 3rd star because I think you could go Marner, Nylander,
Riley,
or Morgan Riley. So we're going to, because it's not often, even though Riley's got his 4th this year, we're going to go Morgan Riley, star number 3, had a goal and an assist. Star number 2, I think Matthew Nyes has been outstanding. He had a 2-point night, including a goal in this one on the power play and a redirection. His assist, he was also in front providing a screen on the Morgan Riley goal. And star number 1, I think if you've listened for 3 or 4 minutes tonight, you know it was a guy that stopped 29 shots for the Leafs and gave them the opportunity to win.
All right, we invite you to join us on Friday evening when the Detroit Red Wings come calling. 7 o'clock start here at Scotiabank Arena as the Leafs will enjoy a couple of days after a 4-0 whitewashing of the Boston Bruins. We'll ship it off to Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert. You've been listening to Molson Leaf Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
You've been listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan and the Leafs Radio Network. There's a Molson with your name on it.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care. Craig.
Insiders, what a night. What a night. Melvin J., welcome to the club. Thank you for joining as an insider. Really appreciate you hanging out with us. What a night here for the Leafs. 4-0, a shutout of the Boston Bruins. I absolutely love it. Well, I had a feeling this morning. I really did when I was recording the stuff that I put in here because I'm a dad of 4 and I drive around all the time. And TSI Allison, you rock. Cheers, babe. I love you. Thank you for driving around the night so I could hang out and watch the Leafs with all of my awesome friends here on TSI. Andrew Hurd, shout out to you, my man. Thank you for pulling your life together, brother. We have fun here. And I also want to give a huge shout out to everyone in the chat. Okay? Huge shout out. It is election night here in the United States of America. And Canada, you kept it classy. Cheers for keeping it classy. We do hockey here. We're here to hang out and have a good time and enjoy our Leafs and chat it up every single night. Man, What a night we had. Big shout out, Zippold. Thank you so much for the support. These super chats, absolutely insane. The post game is coming on. Pierre, Zippold, Lucius, Zippold again, and Melvin J. Thank you. Let's get to the post game. I'll let it run as always, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be right here hanging out, chatting it up with you guys in the chat. Thank you so much. Go Leafs, go. Good night.
A Sirius XM channel that takes you from 2000s bling to the rise of trap.
Let's go, man.
Nothing but the hip-hop bangers that define the first 2 decades of the millennium. Flex 2K, Channel 49, and the Sirius XM app.
Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91. And on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellar. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio. Sirius XM 91 and the Sirius XM app.
Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Leafs Radio Network.
Welcome back to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network. Ailish Forfar and Justin Cuthbert after a 4-0 win for the Maple Leafs. The first shutout as a Maple Leaf for Anthony Stolarz and 3 power play goals. You can't ask for much more.
Yeah, underscoring a great start to the season. Anthony Stolarz has his best as what's been a long line of really good starts for the new goaltender. It's just been a brilliant first impression here for Stolarz and the Leafs. And yeah, unlocking the power play a little bit. Matthew Knies up close and personal, center of attention. Everything that went into that power play, definitely instructive moving forward. And I guess the third real primary positive takeaway is that it was a physical game and the Maple Leafs never looked out of place. Like they just looked like a physical hockey team that was withstanding a challenge from the Boston Bruins, who are always a physical hockey team. It was just all encompassing, a great effort from the Maple Leafs, a night they should be pretty proud of.
Yeah, in a game where they had to wait to get the lead till the second period, you've seen the Maple Leafs sometimes get like carried away by that by the grittiness and maybe getting sucked into it, but they held their own. They were physical when it mattered, and they kept their head. And then they end up with a 4-0 win against the Bruins. A big one, obviously, with a division rival and someone that's right with you in the standings. So really 4-point night for the Maple Leafs. And of course, with the first star of the game, Anthony Stolarz, as you mentioned, has been a great addition to this team. And it's been awesome to watch him continue to blossom. So he got all the love and definitely deserving of it.
And almost predictably, it's a bounce back. In the first game without Austin Matthews, right? It seems like a common theme in sports. You lose your superstar, everyone raises their level. Right. I thought, to a man, the Maple Leafs are really, really good at an individual level. Now the challenge is to keep that effort without your best player moving forward here, if in fact Austin Matthews' absence will be prolonged.
All right, we'll take one quick break. We'll come back with the NHL scoreboard and send you over to Leafs Talk with JD Bunkis and Sam McKee. You're listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Europe's top clubs are battling it out in the UEFA Champions League, and you can hear all the top matches on Sirius XM FC.
Mkhitaryan! 2-0! What a start for Inter!
League phase play continues when the Italian champions clash with an English powerhouse.
Odegaard! 2-0! Arsenal running riot!
Inter Milan versus Arsenal, live from the San Siro. Coverage begins Wednesday at 3 Eastern on Sirius XM FC 157 and streaming on the Sirius XM app.
The Power Play with Steve Koulias.
You either put up or shut up. Marchand does, Doughty does, Stone does. And if you don't have enough of those players, get rid of them, because they'll make you lose. They'll frustrate the fan base. I want people that are with me, rowing in the same direction. And if you can't, get out of town. we'll find someone who can.
The Power Play, weekdays 3 p.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. Hockey 24/7 on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio.
This is the NHL. These are pros. You don't want guys to put good power play units on, don't take penalties. You don't want good power play units to score goals when you've given up a whole bunch, kill them. You don't like it, do something about it. If you want to reward your guys who had a good game with a chance to get some more goals and points, do it. If I was a coach, I wouldn't care. Who cares? Worry about your own team. Don't worry about mine.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. NHL Morning Skate.
Michael Bunting of the Pittsburgh Penguins. You've always had the great ability to play with great players.
I think my style of play complements the top dogs, as you will, like kind of go to those harder areas in the corner in front of the net and kind of create space for them and get them the puck and, help them create offense off of that. So kind of found a little niche with that.
NHL Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin and Gord Stellick. Weekdays 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. The big names are on NHL Network Radio.
The head coach of the Carolina Hurricanes, Rod Brindamore.
Kochetkov making that jump last year. What do you see in the net?
The kid wants it. That's the first thing. Is he going to be the guy that we're looking at this year to get after it and take a bigger role? Maybe. But we still got Freddie in here. I think he's got something to prove. So I think we're going to have a good battle in the net.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and the Sirius XM app. From in the crease to in the locker room.
Flyers defenseman Travis Sanheim.
Is it a rebuild type thing? Is it definitely a playoff team in your mind?
I think last season, I don't know if anyone in our room was saying rebuild. We thought that we could surprise some teams, and I think we did that. A lot of guys that are coming back, and then obviously adding Meat Scott's going to be huge. So, we're looking forward to getting started and see if we can build off of last season.
Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91, and on your schedule with the Sirius XM app. Join me, Gord Stellick, and Scott Laughlin as we recap the night that was on NHL Morning Skate, weekday mornings at 7 a.m. Eastern on NHL Network Radio, Sirius XM 91.
Network after a 4-0 win for the Maple Leafs over the Boston Bruins. Let's take one last look at the NHL scoreboard presented by Bet365. Whatever the moment, it's never ordinary at Bet365. Must be 19 plus. Ontario only. Play responsibly. Visit connexontario.ca.
Okay, 4 games have concluded including the Maple Leafs 4-0 victory over the Bruins. The Flames beat the Canadiens 3-2 in overtime Coronado with the game-tying and game-winning goals. Sabres beat the Senators 5-1. Flyers lost in Carolina 6-4. Currently, the Penguins have a 3-2 lead late third period over the Islanders. It's 1-0 Jets leading Utah after 2. The Blues have a 2-1 lead over the Lightning. The Kings have a 2-1 lead over the Wild. And the Avalanche have a 2-1 lead over the Kraken. Still to come tonight. Vancouver and Anaheim and Columbus and San Jose.
All right, our next broadcast will be Leafs and Habs Saturday night, Hockey Night in Canada at Scotiabank Arena.
Buddy.
See you then.
It's going to be a good one.
All right, we'll send it over to Leafs Talk with JD Bunkus and Sam McKee. Thanks for listening to Molson Leafs Hockey on Sportsnet 590 The Fan, the Maple Leafs Radio Network.
Leafs Talk. JD Bunkus, Sam McKee. Leafs win, score on the power play many times. 3, in fact. They get the win against the Boston Bruins. Sammy, I think it's pretty clear tonight what the story of the game is.
The power play. They can only score in the power play now. That's they scored against the empty netter.
Well, looking at my comments, it was trade Austin Matthews. That was what I was getting.
Yeah.
I was getting a lot of those.
Kipper was right.
Yeah.
Kipper's always been right.
Oh, dude.
Matthews actually sucks. Can't wait for tomorrow.
Tomorrow I'm sure you and Gordon are going to have a fine day of just Kipper being totally normal about the whole situation, like a lot of the commenters. But the power play, man, they scored 3 times. They get one where it's like they work a puck around and they get it to a defenseman. They get some traffic in front of the net. Bang, goes in the net. They get a bounce. Who knew that could end up happening for them, where it just actually breaks Toronto's way? And then another one where Matthew Nyes tonight, just an absolute beast in front of the net, gets rewarded with another one. But yeah, is it that easy? Because to me, it just seemed like all they did was simplify.
Yeah, I think having Matthew Knies in front of the net.
Yeah.
I was just checking to see assists that he got. So he got an assist on the first one because I guess he rimmed it around. But I was just checking here. I didn't think he got an assist on that one, but he did. I was going to say that he should have got credited for 3 points on all the power play goals because he was the most important guy on all 3 of them. The first one, Morgan Rielly clearly makes a great shot. He sifts one through the point. But Brandon Carlo, who is a massive guy, I don't know how big Brandon Carlo is, he can't move Matthew Knies an inch. He's a cinder block in front of the net here. He's an anvil. Like, he's trying to push him out of the spot here, and he's just not moving. He will not move. It's really, really impressive stuff. And then on the second one where Nylander banks it in, I think it was off Carlo's leg again, that's all because Carlo's got his sticks up. He's jostling, trying to fight with this huge guy in front of the net. Goes off him. He's not paying attention. And then the third one's an all-world tip in front of the net. It's very, very clear what you have to do when Austin Matthews comes back. And it's keep Matthew Knies right there and keep the same formula that you have. He's just a real difference maker on the power play. And this is something we've been calling for from game 3, game 4. We've been talking about this. He was a beast tonight. Unbelievable game for Matthew Knies. Strong, physical, on puck, scoring, assists. Awesome game.
Yeah. Had a bad penalty, and I was actually doing the extra oh no because I didn't want the game that he was having to be diminished by the fact that Boston found their way back into it because he took one that's like, in the other end of the rink, but they escaped it because the penalty kill was incredible. I actually think that Knies has got to be one of the strongest guys in the league based on what we've seen from him so far this season. Like, I don't think that's even remotely a hot take. I know there are other players that are certainly better in front of the net, but if you think about what this guy's future can be, it's massive. Like, this is somebody who looks like he's going to be able to make an entire career doing just exactly this, wreaking havoc in the corners, being just hellacious on forechecks, but also just being in front of the net and taking so much attention and effort from defenses. And so, I tweeted this, but if there's one takeaway that you can have from this game, that's like a near certainty, because it's always a roller coaster ride in Leaf land. Like, I think it's a roller coaster ride with all fan bases in 82 game seasons, but with Leaf fans especially, and with Leaf Nation especially. But the one thing that you can put down in pen is that Matthew Knies is now a part of Power Play 1. Whatever machination they throw together, whatever happens with a cold streak, whatever combination of forwards they go with, whether, they try 5 forwards again, or, if it's Ekman Larson or if it's Morgan Rielly out there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. This guy is now a staple of Power Play 1.
Yeah. Completely agree. Nothing else to add to that. He's just a beast. He's exactly the type of guy that makes a power play go, where, we talk about them having one and dones. Not only can he win battles in front of the net, he can win battles in the corner when pucks get rimmed in. Like, he just does it all for you out there. So, I said this to you, I think last show, but the playoffs start, Oliver Ekman-Larsson at the top, Knies in front, Willie Nylander, Austin Matthews, and Mitch Marner as your power play unit. It's pretty simple to me. It's gonna take a while to get there, and we'll go through the whole year with Tavares, and maybe even to the playoffs with Tavares. But if you're doing it on merit and doing it on the best guys, that's what it should look like.
Totally agree. And listen, I actually think that I'm probably in the more friendly towards Tavares camp. Even though I have pointed out the frustrations of what he's doing on the power play. And he did it again tonight, where it was just another play where he was trying to force his way to the middle and create something, and it ends up as a turnover and a clear. But part of me also empathizes with him, because so much of the power play has been extremely perimeter. And here's a guy that after they've, been doing this for a couple of minutes, where it's just dancing around the boards, just is like, guys, we got to take it to the net. And so I think his heart and brain are in the right place. He just doesn't have the ability to take over that way like maybe he used to, even though, again, he is a good player and someone who will be fine on power play 2. I actually thought, speaking of, to close the power play conversation, I thought power play 2 was dangerous as well tonight. Like, that they had some real jump. Domi obviously has 2 toe drags and creates 2 scary chances, but just the personnel in general, again, having Pacioretty out there and Oliver Ekman-Larsson out there, I went, oh, this looks pretty good too.
Yeah, I liked it. I think it's nice to get 3 it seemed implausible. But that's just getting 3 in one game can almost erase the start of the season. You don't have Austin Matthews out there clearly, and there's a conversation to be had about why it's so much better without him out there. And, they're not deferring, they're passing, they're getting it towards the net a lot more without him. It's pretty obvious. It was like, why is it so different with him not there? It's like, well, they're not deferring to the best goal scorer on the planet. That's why. Pretty simple. End of story.
Oh.
But 3 goals on the power play can kind of kick you in the right direction. It might even move you up the standings in terms of being out of last place. I'm not sure what it'll do for your percentage, even though they're pretty close down. I mean, they're pretty far down there in last. But yeah, it's just a momentum building thing for them to do it against the Bruins, who have always had their number on the penalty kill. You go 1 for 21. Was it 1 for 21 in the playoffs last year against them? And you go 3 tonight. It's nice for them to get that going against the Bruins.
That's great. That's the old, you made Xerxes bleed thing, from the 300 movie, where it's like, you drew the blood and now you know that they're human. So that has to be a good feeling. And listen, there's just zero. There's nothing that is going to ever want me to want Austin Matthews off of power play 1. Like, there just isn't. And also, even if you're talking about it, it's such a waste of breath because it's like, it's never going to happen.
No.
So it's not worth discussing. But it was just, to me, it was pretty clear. One of the differences was that it's just clearly Marner is so much more free to distribute to everybody. Mm-hmm. And he has the puck more and he's creating more. It actually reminded me of early career Marner, where you remember there was a moment where we were genuinely talking about Mitch Marner as one of the better guys that ran a power play in the NHL. Like, that's a real thing that happened. I know that some people don't believe that, but it absolutely is. And he's a Bruin killer. They flashed the stat of what he's done in the regular season against the Boston Bruins. It'd be nice if that version of Mitch Marner could be there in the playoffs. But this is one thing I am going to the way I'm going to frame this game. Boston is still always the quote unquote measuring stick game. And ultimately, like, none of this matters. You got to beat them in the postseason. The Leafs have not had regular season success against the Bruins lately, but there was that year they lost where I think they beat them every single time in the regular season.
Yeah.
So
that happened.
Yeah. So ultimately I don't care. But if you're looking for reasons to believe that this team can be different, one is that they've clearly been able to adapt and grow up into the style of game that the Bruins want to play and are clearly, and we saw this last year too. Like, they're just as good at Boston as at that playing their style of game. 2 is that the power play scored, but it was also Matthew Nyes, who is not a front of the net staple that this team has had for the past iterations of the ways they've lost the Bruins. 3 was that version of Mitch Marner, who was spectacular tonight. And 4, and maybe most importantly, honestly, out of this entire game, was once again our guy, Anthony Stolarz, who was this team's best penalty killer and came up with save after save after save. I don't think we got this clipped, but the amount of saves this guy made on the penalty kill tonight, he was unquestionably their best penalty killer. Yep. He had unbelievable rebound control. Another night where he's battling, another night where he's making big saves look routine, and he gets the shutout. He was spectacular again this evening.
Yeah, I mean, that's allowed to happen. After all these years of them being like, their penalty kill is no good. It's because he couldn't get a save on the penalty kill.
Yeah, that was part of it last year, man.
Oh my God, it was a big part of it. It was a big part of it, and a lot of it's east to west passes. And Samsonov really struggled with that. They've had smaller goalies here. If you think of Mrazek for a little while, Jack Campbell for a little while, then you go to Samsonov, who's swimming around in there. And the east to west stuff, it doesn't really seem to phase him. He's got big pads. He's flashing them out. He's just in good positions. But I just wanted to go back to the Bruin killer list. I thought it was hilarious. If you start at the bottom, it's Wayne Gretzky, Mitch Marner, Connor McDavid, Mario Lemieux, and Ziggy Palffy was the number 1 Bruins killer. Sneaky good career for old Ziggy Palffy. He was a good player. I loved him as a kid when those in the Fisherman's Friends Islanders jerseys.
But that's what hurts Ziggy's career, is that his name was Ziggy Palffy and he looked like Ziggy Palffy. He wore the jersey that you would make a Ziggy Palffy wear. And
did he kiss? Was he the guy that kissed the other guy on the lips on the ice? Ziggy Palffy. There was that famous clip they scored and then they had a kiss. Was that Ziggy Palffy? I can't remember.
I don't know. But anyways, Marner has been a regular season Bruin killer, but that is the all-time who gives a crap stat of the century. Yeah. When it comes to
it could not matter less.
That is hey man, awesome. That's good for you. Clap, clap, clap. Moving on. Do it in the postseason.
Yeah. So he was brilliant in all facets tonight.
Yeah, he really
defensively. He has 2. I think he ends up with 2 helpers tonight. And then the pass he makes on the penalty kill, where he wins the puck battle. He's dead at the end of his shift. sniffs out the fact that Camp's breaking, and just like almost like a defensive midfielder with a sweet touch through ball pass that just like hits him in stride, and he gives him a breakaway, and clearly, Stonehands Camp just beats it right into the big B on Swayman's chest or whatever. But it was a really, really nice pass by him. I thought he was excellent.
He had a couple of those. He had a couple of just like really beautifully creative saves.
And this has been good for him for a while now. He's been really good for a long stretch of games where he's really been impactful, and we're still not talking about the contract very much, which is nice. Last year, every time Willie got 2 points, we all had to talk about how rich he was going to be, and it just hasn't been like that this year. So that's nice. I have to say,
this one's again just so much easier to understand than the Nylander one was. So sure. I completely understand it. But take number 2 from this game that's pretty clear is that there's no longer a traditional split. Like it's just like
the goalies.
Yeah, it is just it's just not a thing anymore. Like one guy is so clearly far and away ahead of the other guy right now. And I just think unless you've got Joel Embiid's medicals in front of you telling you that this guy just can't play any games, then you got to throw Stolarz out there just pretty much as you can.
David Alter's got to be careful near Stolarz. If that's just going to happen, he might get pushed. He might get shoved. I don't know. Like I've been saying this since I watched him play the first game of the season. Like I just, you ride this guy, keep him going. And I think right now Wall is, unless it's like 4 games in 1 week or whatever, but Wall to me is for the second half of back-to-backs. He's the backup goalie. Yeah. And if Stolarz stumbles, which it seems impossible at this moment, but it can happen and probably will happen at some point here, he gets in. But until that point, and especially after a shutout against the Boston Bruins in a key divisional game where, there's trying to create separation in a pretty muddy Atlantic division, and you pick up 2 points on the Bruins in a big game. Yeah. Guess what? Guess who's starting the Hall of Fame game on Friday night at home again is Anthony Stolarz.
That setup to me is obvious. It's just like, what happens where, like, I know we said it last time that there's no more Wool 2 games in a row situations, but I am going to be pretty curious, like what they end up doing here, because it seems ahead of that guy should just be playing so many of these games. And I got to say specifically in this one, the end of the second period, like Boston really, like they got a penalty, they got a power play.
Yep.
What it like you could tell that these are 2 of the top 3 teams in the NHL with penalties against.
Oh my God.
I think Toronto played a good game. I think that they outplayed Boston in this game, but the difference was the goaltending, which has always felt like it was heavily in Boston's advantage, like throughout the history of these 2 teams. And right now it really did feel like, oh wait, like Toronto right there with this guy that just got this massive contract. It feels like in the NFL when you've got the quarterback on the rookie deal with Stolarz, like what he's getting paid right now and what he looks like, it's just a massive advantage for them. But the second period in particular for me, when they were just pouring it on Toronto, giving them their absolute best punch for like the last 5 minutes of the period, Stolarz was outrageously good, outrageously good. And to me, it's just so much of it is how often the puck just dies on him.
Yep. And rebound control is exceptional. It's exceptional. It really is exceptional. So I'm looking ahead to their next week. So, you assume that Stolarz goes on Friday and then it's Wall Saturday. They have the Sens Tuesday. They have another back-to-back next week. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Sens at home, Caps, and then Saturday night Oilers. So for me, it goes Stolarz Tuesday, Stolarz Saturday, and then you give Wall the second half of the back-to-back again. It's pretty clear. So we'll see. And hey, man, Wall's a good goalie. And maybe he can play his way back into, being the starter at some point.
No, it's obvious.
But at this point, it's very hard to envision it.
Yeah, you stay ready. You stay ready. You take your opportunities when you get them. No one's writing off his career or saying anything about it. It's just like, hey, man, the other guy has been.
I thought he was going to get his opportunity very early when David Pastrnak blasted a 95-mile-an-hour slap shot off his throat. I thought he was going to get an opportunity early in this game. But tough.
Stolar's got to be the toughest human being alive. Like, that looked like it went clean, and then a minute later he's standing up and smiling, and I was like, all right, man.
Playing goalies just suck.
Oh, he's got to stop losing his stick though. This is becoming a thing.
It's been a couple times here now, hasn't it? It's probably it's been 6 or 7 times in the last 2 games. It's probably fallen out of his hands.
Yeah, it's becoming like a thing, and I don't think that having less equipment when your job is to stop the puck is a good thing to have. It's just my little thought, tiny little.
Another thing for me in this game, I don't know if it's a huge take, if it's rapid fire or not, but I just thought the physicality that the Leafs showed tonight, it really rose to the occasion physically. And I'm sure this is like Berube whiteboard material being like, see, this was like kind of like a Berube system win, right? Where they don't have their top guy. They don't have their star in Austin Matthews, who's banged up. And I don't know, I heard some stuff about him not maybe being able to play this weekend or whatever. You know, you see the stuff flowing around there. This was a system win. Played hard, tight checking, got some big saves when you needed them, took advantage on the penalty kill, on the power play, had a good penalty kill with your goalie making some great saves, and you just get a good win against a division rival who's haunted you for years. Thought they were physical. Thought Pacioretty hammered who was that Peak that he knocked out of the game. They review it for the 5-minute. Love the way the refs handled that. I think that's where I'll stop the ref praise. Thought they handled that great. And then they were just like, so many times you watch these games and it's like the Bruins intimidate the Leafs. Leafs just felt big. They didn't feel like they were getting intimidated at all tonight. I was impressed with that aspect. Usually they're like, oh, it's the response game, and they still end up losing. Tonight they have the physical response game and they starch them. It was impressive.
Yeah, it was good. It was a really good game. And again, they asked Stolars about it tonight, and he said that it was, quote, probably their most complete game of the year, end quote. And I don't know. I think that the Tampa game is still the best game that they played all season.
The Tampa game.
Yeah, like the Tampa game. The Tampa game was just a completely different thing.
We
but
all
again,
dream of the Tampa game.
To reiterate this point, like, the regular season is a test for the playoffs. Like, that's what it's supposed to be. That's all it is. It's a test for those games. And in this game against the Boston Bruins, they had the better goaltender, they had the better special teams, and their one guy showed up against that group who has not like always, because he did have a good initial series against Boston, but in recent vintage, that guy showed up in a big time way. And so, those are all some pretty damn positive markers for this team. Yeah. I'm in rapid fire.
Can I mention that?
Sure.
One of my least favorite plays, because it's off the physicality. One of my least favorite plays in hockey is when a guy is in pursuit, where Chris Tanev, this is the fastest league in the world. Chris Tanev is in pursuit and is moments away from laying a clean body check on David Pastrnak, and he just flips his hips and turns his back right into the physicality. And Tanev, listen, I've noticed with Tanev through the however many games they've played so far this year, not a dirty bone in his body. He hasn't done one slightly dirty thing. He's not really that physical of a player. Like, he clearly blocks a ton of shots, does all this stuff. Like, this was like, what is he supposed to do in that play? He's going in to make a physical play, and the guy just turns his back right to him. It's a penalty. Sure, it's a penalty. Okay, give him a penalty, whatever. I don't know. But like, then to have 63 come flying in there, jump him, and then he gets a rough. And so there's still like, that to me is a penalty on Tanev, penalty on Marchand, and it's end of story. I couldn't believe the way they officiated that. I hated that. And we never talk about the refs, but I thought that was awful.
I think for us to never talk about the refs, this is about as bad of a choice as you can pick for it. It's like, that's the most penalty that's ever been a penalty in the history of penalties.
No,
like,
don't
is
turn
it
your
a tough
back.
play?
Don't turn your back when a guy's pursuing you like that. Like, he was just he had nowhere to go.
Have you ever watched hockey before? Like, that's like a staple play. Like, it happens all the time.
Guys don't expect to get hit
that way.
Guys don't expect to get hit anymore. You just, because
that's always happened in the game.
Yeah.
That's not like a brand new thing.
It's happened a lot more recently, for sure.
That's just a standard penalty. Like, it sucks, and it's not a dirty play. I completely agree with you, but you just call it every single time.
That's what I said. It's a penalty. 2 minutes for boarding. 2 minutes for the retaliation, and it's cross off. Nothing else.
I actually think like tonight was just two teams being like if you want to critique the Leafs for one thing for tonight, it's still just bad penalties. And like, they've got to find a way to clean some of these up. Like the Nyes one was really bad. Like the Tanev one, I'm not blaming him for, right? You're like, I agree with you. Like, you roll your eyes, you're like, oh, it's a tough break that happens, but it just happens throughout the course of games. But the first one of the game, like Ryan Reeves It's just like jumps out on the ice, like not with his line.
Inexplicably.
Like I don't get it. And it's these things that they really, really, really need to stop doing, like the self-inflicted penalties, the brain fart penalties. Because if they're going to be playing physical, right? If you're going to be playing a physical brand of hockey and you take the TANF penalties, you live with that. What you can't live with is, I'm sorry, because again, Matthew Knies was definitely, to me, the number 3 in this game tonight. But it's that one, and it's the Reeves one, and it's just like the McCabe one wasn't great either. Like there's just some bad stick penalties tonight. Like those ones I don't love for this team.
Yeah, I was just looking at the penalties that they took tonight because they took so many.
Yeah.
That one was not good. That McCabe one was
6.
That McCabe one is bad for sure.
Yeah.
And I don't know, like it's just I think they never took this many penalties.
Yeah.
And like it's been one of the staples of this era of Leaf hockey is that they're a very disciplined team. They don't draw a ton either because of the way they play. But I actually don't know what this is. I wish I had the stats in front of me. I have no idea how to look this up. But like, in terms of what their penalty differential is this year, feels like they've drawn more penalties and taken more penalties. So maybe that is a Craig Berube thing with the way they're playing in the new system and playing harder and trying to play physically and learn the system or whatever. Maybe that's it. But yeah, you're right.
The thing is, a lot of them
clean it up. I know they're not physical plays.
Like physical plays.
No,
it's not like. They've definitely added some where it's like the Domi ones, right? The shot penalties. They've definitely had some like OEL the other night where it's like, he's pounding a guy's face into dust in front of the official.
Yeah.
So it's not like there's none of them. They've clearly been playing with a bit more of an edge. But to me, it's like, the stick penalties, the hooks, the trips, the slashes, like those are the ones where you're like, man, you gotta just be a little tighter here. When you're top 3 in the league and penalties taken, it's time to have a bit of a wake up call and go, hey, we gotta stay out of the box a little bit here.
Another sort of rapid fire thing here.
Sure.
This is a question that we've been waiting to ask many years about this era of Bruins hockey. Can we finally ask the question if the Bruins are any good? Because I got to tell you, I thought Marchand was really noticeable tonight. Thought he was buzzing. Thought he was really playing hard. Had a lot of chances on the power play. He's playing his game. I thought Pasternak looked awful tonight. Really lacking confidence. Had a couple hard hits on the power play in terms of hitting the puck, but not a ton. I don't know, man. Doesn't seem like there's a ton of good players in that hockey team. And they just uncharacteristic, undisciplined, looked very not confident. I don't know, man. I think they'll be in a fight to make the playoffs. I really do. I really, really do.
So every year, our good friend Ben Ennis does the Yankees suck.
Yeah.
And you're the same with the Bruins. Like
I've never said they suck.
You just presented this. You literally do this all. You're like, you just I think this was the first time.
But they've been 10-0 every year. When we've been doing this show, I would never say they suck.
But you do it at some point of each Bruins year. They always lull it. Last year you were like, is Marchand washed? Is the question needs to be asked? And then it was
I've asked that question for sure. I've asked that question, but I've never said the Bruins suck.
Okay,
I've never said they suck. And this year, I got to tell you, they might suck.
Here's what I would say is they clearly don't have a ton of talent, but I don't think that they had any, more in the postseason last year when they beat the Leafs. Like
I'm trying to think what their lineup was last year when they beat the Leafs.
There's nothing that you're looking at with that team. It's like they're going to play Bruins hockey. They're going to rely on their star goaltender. They're going to try to take away the middle of the ice. They're going to try to rough you up, and they're going to try to drag you into what this game was for most of the night, which is a 2-0 hockey game, and trust that they're going to be the team that gets, 2-0 or 2-1. And so to me, it's like they're kind of in the I don't care so much what it looks like in the regular season category of teams, especially given that what I'm watching is the Atlantic just very much still seems like the Atlantic, man. Like I do the Habs. It's like, okay, you're taking a step.
No,
Detroit,
they're taking a step in dog crap. That's where they're taking a step.
Like I'm about to do Friday night watching Detroit. You're going to the game.
Oh yeah,
Jackie Redmond and I are doing that game.
Yeah.
You owe us. If we're doing that game, that's gonna be a slog train. That also reeks of the Leafs playing a great game against Boston and then matching their competition in Detroit, even though they've beaten up against Detroit. But I'm just saying, predict that right now. Either way, I think that they'll be there in the end. Maybe they miss, but I think that they're going to be right around it, sniffing around it, and that they're going to be, probably in the playoffs and then probably play at least in the first round. That's my prediction. Leafs Bruins first round of the postseason. Dial it up.
No, because I don't think I think Tampa's better than them pretty clearly, right? Yeah. I think that Florida is better than them.
Yeah, Florida for sure.
You don't think Tampa's better? Is that what you're making the face about?
I just think that they're like this. I think that these teams are all in a very similar slotting. Okay. I think that they're all just very similarly slotted, and that where we are in the season, like the Leafs just crawled back up to 500, it's just.
Listen, I got my questions about how good the Leafs are too, but
yeah.
I really do. I'm not this is an exciting win for the Leafs.
Big time.
But I'm telling you, I don't think the Bruins are great. And we have Valaket on all the time, and he's got his fancy numbers, and he's talking about how bad they stink. They got their hockey, whatever, the Sport Logic page all red. My eyes are all red when I'm watching them play. Yeah. It's not a that Lindholm signing looks terrible. Zadorov's falling all over the ice.
Yeah.
They got to figure it out in a hurry here. They look ugly. They are Jim Montgomery, who is one of my least favorite coaches in the league.
Yeah.
That seat is getting warm. That is a warm seat, especially with Quenneville out there, the pedigree with him. That's a warm seat for Montgomery to me.
Buddy, what do you think? What did you think the reaction would have been in Toronto if any one of the Leafs' top 3 guys got benched for an entire third period?
Oh my God, buddy, we did a full Leafs talk after remember when Keefe did it last year for a one power play?
Yeah,
and it was the biggest. Shifts. It was the biggest thing ever.
Yeah, so, it was a couple shifts.
But Jim Montgomery knows what he's doing. He's pulling all the strings. He's yelling at Marchand. He's benching Pasta. He's doing what Keefe was doing last year, trying to go down swinging. And he may be.
Here's what I'll tell you about Boston, where it's I don't think they suck. Mm-hmm. I definitely think that there's their old core, and that Bruins identity is lessening a little bit. Yeah. They don't have the same guys in the room that they, I'm sorry, Zadorov is not Chara. He's not. You're not that guy, pal. You can try to do those, but you're not that guy, pal. You're just not the same guy. I don't think that the blue line is as formidable as it's been. And it's a lot on Pasternak. It feels like a lot on Pasternak in any given night. And he was dangerous at moments of this game. But if you're going to talk about with the Leafs, where it feels like when we do if it's not the Matthews line, it's nobody 5-on-5. Mm-hmm. It sure feels that way with the Bruins too. It very much feels that way. So I'm with you to that degree. I can't be in the business of putting another soundbite of another Leafs commentator being like, "Is the Bruins make the bad?"
Buddy, but when would we have done that for the past 4 years? They've started 10-0 every year.
Yeah.
They're always incredible in the first month. So I don't know when we would have been are you sure they suck? I'm always I would wish they would suck for once. When's the year that's going to happen? But I'd say this is more than a lull. They are looking pretty mid right now.
Yeah. Is the record? How is it? They're right there with the Leafs. So
yeah, I think they're under 500 now though, right?
Yeah, I think they are too. Yeah. Okay. I don't think anything else for me in this game. By the way, the player poll, you guys voted unanimously in the chat that it was Stolarz, which I think is a fair dig. I think that's probably the right one.
Yeah. First start of the game, you get the shutout for sure.
Yeah. So let me scroll through here.
I'm just looking too.
Yeah. No, nothing else. I got nothing else of consequence. I was going to say, I actually there was an OEL back check that I really liked.
Loved it. Yeah. Loved that play. I thought that was an awesome play. And I really, really love Morgan Rielly's production going up. 2 really beautiful bar down snappers in the last week that are just, they're good for my mental health to see his production go up. He's been getting better as the year's gone on here. So good for Morgan. And, he does the interview and the intermission with Masters. He's got a great duster going. I love the way that guy talks after that Wild game. After the Wild game where he's like, hey man, it's okay. It's a 1-1 game. He's like, we got to get used to playing in games like this. Guy cares. And I'm such a sucker for how well-spoken he is and how much he cares. Where sometimes I admit that I have biases towards play on the ice because of how much I like him as a guy, but he has been good recently and he snapped that one in nicely. It was good.
Absolutely. Yeah. No, I think he definitely deserves that. And I would say lastly, to close the show is after the eye poison that was that Wild game, just because you mentioned it, it was nice to see 2 teams that cared and elevated their play and played just a really good hockey game today. I remember one thing, last thing. What was, I wonder if we'll get an answer about this, maybe the last Montgomery.
But how about Montgomery and Reeves yelling at each other at the second period puck drop?
Mm-hmm.
That's weird. That doesn't happen very often. They were barking at each other. I loved it.
Yeah.
Hey, maybe Reeves, maybe Jim Montgomery's in your class now, Reeves. Maybe that'll be the guy you fight. Is that the guy you're going to fight this year? Because
what happens first, Domi goal or Reeves fight?
that is a battle. You think there's a battle going on down south in the election right now? That is a battle right there. I don't know who's going to win that one, pal. It's a battleground.
Domi was doing the Reeves role tonight.
Yeah, he was.
Domi was skating around trying to give it to you as be like, hey, I'm on the patrol. I was like, this is, again, don't we have a guy for this? Is there?
We can not tonight because it's a good night, but these nights when they lose, we can have the Reeves conversation.
I've been doing it. I've been having the conversation. Yeah. It's been time to start the conversation. Anyways, do us a favor, hit the thumbs up if you're watching this on YouTube. If you watch on YouTube, please subscribe to the podcast and leave a review. Again, it's like the most important thing for the show. It's the thing that will keep it going. So if you like the show, please subscribe on either Spotify or Apple. Follow us on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at Sammy McKee. We always like hearing from you. Sorry we didn't get into the chat tonight. We'll do it next time. I will see you Friday with Jackie Redmond, and then Sammy will be back on Saturday.
Your boy is sitting lower bowl. Leafs Red Wings on Friday. Big Friday night, lower bowl, Hall of Fame night. Gonna see Jeremy Roenick going out there in all his glory. Yeah. It's gonna be sick. And I'm really looking forward to going. I go to one a year usually now. I can't wait. Yeah. I love going to the game. Gonna put on the old Leafs hat, crush a few cold ones. Gonna have a great time.
I still can't get over. I had Roenick on my show and hearing him almost cry, talking about how the NHL kept him out until his dad passed, and knowing that that's going to be swirling in that guy's head. Just an awful, I think that out of all the leagues that run the worst haul in terms of the way they do things, like the McGillney stuff, the way, like the Cujo stuff, like the way that they just pick their favorites and the way that they try to punish guys that aren't in the club, or it just drives me crazy. So I love the Hall of Fame game, but there's nothing worse than the process that those guys have and some of the ways that they've treated some of their players and their alumni, some of their greats.
But we'll never forget Eddie Belfour when everybody's wearing a suit, going out with the leather jacket and jeans. One of the best moments in Hall of Fame weekend history.
Not one of the greatest moment in Hall of Fame history is Ed Belfour wearing the leather jacket. I
think we're having JR on the podcast on Real Kipper and Born on Thursday. I think we'll try to track him down. So
he does a great job.
So you'll
be able to get him. And then, I have Nazem Kadri on the pod.
Nice.
I'm going to have him on Thursday. And
those Babcock pages aren't good for old Mike's reputation. Holy smokes. I was reading those.
It's all stuff that, I knew before. But I guess that's what happens now. Right? This sucks. I read the whole book and it's just like people are just like taking some screenshots, and that's the thing. It's like I got a lot of stuff on it. I'm really curious to hear what he has to say from the book, because I read them. Anyways, again, subscribe and review. Hit the thumbs up, leave a comment, hit us up on Twitter and Instagram at JD Bunkus, at Sammy McKee. And I will see you on Friday night with Jackie Redmond for the Red Wings game.
From the biggest stadiums to the coziest holes in the wall. From house parties to porch hangs to pride celebrations. From your favorite fuzz shop to your local Indian spot. From noodle bars to sports bars to salsa bars. There's a Molson with your name on it. Canadian Ultra XL. Molson. Everyone in. Must be legal drinking age.
Fall for Subaru by enjoying fall to the fullest. Think scarlet, burgundy, amber, crimson and copper, but never blue. Because with Subaru's symmetrical full-time all-wheel drive, fall is for thick, dark mud splats, terracotta mountain roads, radiant sunsets, kaleidoscopic leaf carpets, and the boldest of adventures. Avoid autumn blues and visit your local Subaru dealership to book a test drive today.
Desjardins Insurance cares a lot about their clients. In fact, it's packed with such a ginormous amount of vast and substantial care that's bursting with even more whoppingly humongous and colossal care. You might be a little surprised when we tell you that all of that care fits in the palm of your hand. With the Desjardins Insurance mobile app, you'll get a big hand with 24/7 paper-free access to all of your home and auto policies, including your digital pink slip. Get insurance that's really big on care at Desjardins.com/care.
You've been listening to NHL Play-by-Play on SiriusXM. Head over to SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, SiriusXM 91, for the best hockey talk.
That was the 1987. That wasn't Game 7, but that was an all-decider as well, as we know. But for Game 7, that was pretty good stuff. But 87 in the Stanley Cup final, you're facing Philadelphia. You're up 3-1 in the series. They come back to tie it. Now you've got Game 7. Take us back to your greatest remembrances of, again, almost letting the series slip away and then having that opportunity in Game 7 to come up big, which you guys clearly did.
Well, it just goes to show you that we felt back in 87, we were really at the peak of that team in some ways. Some people think 85 team was the best team ever. 87, I think, was probably the most talented team. I think 85 team had a better overall record. I think it was 16-1 or 16-2 in that playoff year, 87. We got tangled up against Philadelphia, but we felt we're a better team. But sports isn't about who's a better team. It's about it's about the belief system inside the dressing room. And Philadelphia wouldn't quit. Mike Keenan wouldn't allow the young Philadelphia team to quit. They were kind of banged up. They had some injuries, but they were able to extend the series after what we thought probably should have been maybe at least 4 or 5 game series. We lost, I think, the first game, if I remember correctly, and then came back and won 3 in a row, coming home to win the 5th game, only to realize that winning a championship, even after all the experience we had, is not that easy. And then going back to Philadelphia for Game 6, and they trounced us in Philly. Now we find ourselves in a Game 7, and then once you get to a Game 7, anything can happen. You can get a bad break, an unlucky bounce, as we've seen in the past. And so everything's at stake, everything's on the line, and I think luckily for us, we're able to, really kind of rely on our experiences that we had in the past. We felt incredibly confident that if we went out and played our best game, and Philadelphia went out and played their best game, our best was going to be good enough. But even with that, there was so much uncertainty, and sure enough, we're able to win our 3rd cup in 4 years, which was quite an incredible feat.
That was Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers, Mark Messier, on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin on Channel 91.
The PGA Tour comes to life on SiriusXM. It's your destination for everything on the tour. Hear live hole-by-hole coverage and expert analysis. PGA Tour Radio, SiriusXM 92.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m. Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM Channels 91, Internet 946. Bruins on Internet 921. 7 p.m. Montreal Canadiens face the Calgary Flames. Canadiens on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 934. Flames on Internet 923. 7 p.m. Buffalo Sabres take on the Ottawa Senators. Sabres on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 922. Senators on Internet 939. 7 p.m. Carolina Hurricanes face the Philadelphia Flyers. Hurricanes on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 924. Flyers on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 937. Penguins on Internet 941. 8 p.m. Winnipeg Jets take on the Utah Hockey Club. Jets on Sirius and XM Channels 167, Internet 951. Utah on Internet 947. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Blues on XM 223, Internet 944. Lightning on Internet 945. 8 p.m. Minnesota Wild take on the LA Kings. Wild on XM 201, Internet 933. Kings on Internet 932. 9 p.m. Colorado Avalanche take on the Seattle Kraken. Avalanche on XM 202 Internet 926, Kraken on Internet 943. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Vancouver Canucks. Ducks on Sirius and XM channels 91 Internet 920, Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m. San Jose Sharks face the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sharks on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 942, Blue Jackets on Internet 927. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM has soccer covered end to end. SiriusXM FC. Hear live play-by-play and talk shows hosted by legends of the game. It's SiriusXM FC on Channel 157.
New York Rangers legend and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91, to share what it was like to play in the 1994 finals with the New York Rangers, as well as ending the 54-year drought for the franchise and how that team represented what a hockey team is all about.
Well, look, I'd be remiss if I didn't ask you about 1994 as well. You mentioned Mike Keenan. We spoke with him in studio a couple of weeks ago. He still speaks so highly of you and of that run. So take us back to ending the 54-year drought. In Game 7, you get a power play goal. You shovel a puck underneath of Kirk McLean. Stands up as the game winner, as it turns out. So take us back to that hot, steamy night. What was it, June 14th of 1994 at the Garden of New York?
Just, I guess just starting, going to the rink, trying to keep your same routine. Brian Leach and I would always drive together down through Times Square, down Broadway 7th Avenue to take a right-hand turn on 33rd Street, and you could feel things were different, even from the Upper West Side. Just the vibe and the energy of the whole city was just electrified. Getting down towards Madison Square Garden, seeing the crowd already starting to build, the police officers surrounding the Garden, it was a carnival-like atmosphere. Obviously, we knew we were something on the cusp of doing something that hadn't been done in 54 years. The magnitude of it was palpable. I mean, the energy, just everything just seemed to be so electrified. You try to keep yourself in the moment. You try to stay with your routine. Obviously, there's much more at stake. And then, we found ourselves, much like we did in 87, up 3-1 in the series, losing to the 5th game, where it was pretty much a foregone conclusion that New York Rangers were finally going to win a Stanley Cup after 54 years. Only to find ourselves, the party atmosphere got a little bit delayed and then had to go back to Vancouver, which again, we got trounced in Vancouver, just like we did in 87. And now we're coming home for Game 7. And the same thing happened. It just, we felt good about our chances. We felt we were a better team than Vancouver. We felt that we should have wrapped up the series earlier against Vancouver, but that's the greatest thing about sports. You can think all you want, but the reality is, they got a heartbeat over there too. They got pride over there too. They're there for a reason, because they're a great team. And here we are in Game 7 and happen to go out and execute a great game plan to beat a very hungry, very young, very physical, hard team to play against in Vancouver. And luckily for us, we had a lot of experience. We had a dynamic, incredible amount of talent with Brian Leach and Sergei Zubov, Alex Kovalev, Adam Graves and Mike Richter in net, and then sprinkled in with some veterans, some hardened veterans with McTavish and Tikkanen and Steve Larmer and Noonan and Mateau and Jeff Bukaboom and Jay Wells and all the amazing players that banded together that year to create maybe not the most skilled team that's ever won a Stanley Cup, but if you look up the word team, they could put the 1994 Ranger team right there, and that year, that team epitomizes what a team is all about.
Follow every second of the action on NHL Network Radio. From behind the bench to every play on the ice. If it's hockey, it's on SiriusXM NHL Network Radio. SiriusXM 91.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m. Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM Channels 91, Internet 946. Bruins on Internet 921. 7 p.m. Montreal Canadiens face the Calgary Flames. Canadiens on Sirius 209, XM 220 and Internet 934. Flames on Internet 923. 7 p.m. Buffalo Sabres take on the Ottawa Senators. Sabres on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 922. Senators on Internet 939. 7 p.m. Carolina Hurricanes face the Philadelphia Flyers. Hurricanes on Sirius 210, XM 221 and Internet 924. Flyers on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222 and Internet 937. Penguins on Internet 941. 8 p.m. Winnipeg Jets take on the Utah Hockey Club. Jets on Sirius and XM Channels 167, Internet 951. Utah on Internet 947. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Blues on XM 223, Internet 944. Lightning on Internet 945. 8 p.m. Minnesota Wild take on the LA Kings. Wild on XM 201, Internet 933. Kings on Internet 932. 9 p.m. Colorado Avalanche take on the Seattle Kraken. Avalanche on XM 202, Internet 926. Kraken on Internet 943. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Vancouver Canucks. Ducks on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 920. Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m. San Jose Sharks face the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sharks on Sirius 208, XM 219 and Internet 942. Blue Jackets on Internet 927. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your Sirius XM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
SiriusXM Fantasy Sports Radio is the place for expert advice, strategy, and information from the best fantasy sports analysis to win your league. Plus, hear pick-by-pick coverage of live drafts and interviews with top players, coaches, and team executives on SiriusXM 87.
6-time Stanley Cup champion and Hockey Hall of Famer Mark Messier stopped by SiriusXM NHL Network Radio's The Morning Skate with Scott Laughlin to discuss what Game 7 means to him and what it's like to also lose a Game 7.
Well, when you think about the two greatest words in sports, you think about Game 7 for many reasons. Obviously, to get to a Game 7, both teams obviously very evenly matched from the literal sense, the Game 7. You don't have to be a sport fan to understand that something's big at stake and that you will go watch it, even if you don't know the teams, you don't know the players, you know the backdrop, because it's the greatest form of reality TV in the world, because there is going to be a winner and a loser. A lot at stake, obviously, but for me personally, it's a lifetime journey to acquire the skill set that's required to be able to perform when the stakes are the highest, under the most scrutinized pressure, when you're expected to perform. And you think about a Game 7 moment or Game 7, that's when you have to perform. It's a winner or go home situation. And what are the skill sets that are required to do that? Obviously, we've practiced our game and honed our skill set for years and years and years, tens of thousands of hours of honing our skills. But emotionally, mentally, what prepares you to play in those moments and perform when you're expected to? That, I think, is what really defines a Game 7 moment for the players that have excelled in Game 7 moments. And what are those life lessons that we can teach our young boys and girls, and the skill sets required to do that? The breathing, it's being able to slow your heart down, and your blood pressure goes up, and your decision making is rash, and concentration varies because of all of it. What allows you to kind of really slow down and use your God-given talent, and then obviously the repetitions through your whole life that you know you can do it. You just got to be able to do it when it matters most. It's like hitting a home run, and like Aaron Boone did, or doing something special at the right moments. And I think the educational part of the docuseries is really fascinating to me there, to help our young boys and girls who will be faced with big decisions in their life. And you don't have to be a sport fan to have a Game 7 moment in life. Everybody's faced with decisions that are going to alter the trajectory of their lives in one way or another there. And we're trying to figure out what those skill sets are.
What does it feel like to lose a Game 7?
Fortunately for me, I never experienced what the Oilers did last year, of going all the way to the end in a championship game and losing in a Game 7. Anytime you get to a Game 7, it's a hard journey to get there. Two teams, evenly matched. It's been a war. It's been a tug of war. Everybody's hurt. Everybody's tired. And then to lose that is devastating. I think about my own experience in Game 7, winning 7 of them, the two still hurt to this day. What could I have done different? You always say that you got to lose in order to understand how to win. I do agree with that. I think there are lessons in loss and in failure, both as a team and as an individual. If I had my preference, I would have liked to have learned those lessons while I was winning, but unfortunately, that's just not the way it is. But I look back at it now and just think about how grateful I am for all the lessons in wins and the losses, because it really ends up defining who you are as a person and as a player.
Get the latest news, opinion, and analysis from MMA to boxing and the professional wrestling world 24/7. SiriusXM Fight Nation, SiriusXM 156, and the SXM app.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m. Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM channels 91, Internet 946. Bruins on Internet 921. 7 p.m. Montreal Canadiens face the Calgary Flames. Canadiens on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 934. Flames on Internet 923. 7 p.m. Buffalo Sabres take on the Ottawa Senators. Sabres on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 922. Senators on Internet 939. 7 p.m. Carolina Hurricanes face the Philadelphia Flyers. Hurricanes on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 924. Flyers on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 937. Penguins on Internet 941. 8 p.m. Winnipeg Jets take on the Utah Hockey Club. Jets on Sirius and XM channels 167, Internet 951. Utah on Internet 947. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Blues on XM 223, Internet 944. Lightning on Internet 945. 8 p.m. Minnesota Wild take on the LA Kings. Wild on XM 201, Internet 933. Kings on Internet 932. 9 p.m. Colorado Avalanche take on the Seattle Kraken. Avalanche on XM 202, Internet 926. Kraken on Internet 943. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Vancouver Canucks. Ducks on Sirius and XM channels 91, Internet 920. Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m. San Jose Sharks face the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sharks on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 942. Blue Jackets on Internet 927. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network Radio, Channel 91. I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates.
Mad Dog Sports Radio has the best sports talk in the business, covering sports with a passion and knowledge you need. Mad Dog Sports Radio, SiriusXM 86, and the SXM app.
Hockey Hall of Famer and Stanley Cup champion for the Edmonton Oilers and New York Rangers, Mark Messier joined Scott Laughlin on the morning skate for SiriusXM NHL Network Radio on Channel 91 to discuss the pressures of Game 7 after having played in 9 Game 7s himself, winning 7 of them, and how you can either thrive under pressure or crumble underneath it.
I almost look at Game 7s, Mark, like I do overtime in the Stanley Cup playoffs or overtime in any sporting event where you've got so much pressure on you and every play gets magnified. Could you, during the course of your career, and you don't have to name names, but could you look around the dressing room or could you look on the opposing bench and could you figure out those that wanted to be the hero and those that just wanted to avoid making the mistake? I mean, was that plain for you to see that there were those that wanted the puck on their stick with the game on the line that could thrive under pressure, and then you had the opposite as well?
I felt myself in those moments there defaulting to the more defensive side of the game. And then I played with my right winger who I won 6 Stanley Cups with, Glenn Anderson. He was the kind of guy that was trying to, really drive hard offensively and take the game and try to score the winning goal. And we're on the same line. Maybe that the difference of us and our mentalities work perfectly. But everybody's wired different. Everybody's got fear, failure. The best have that, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's okay to internalize those feelings, but you can't let them paralyze you. And it's for me, going into a Game 7, I allowed myself to visualize what if we didn't win. leading up to the game. And then slowly, as you get closer to the game, you allow yourself to kind of push the negative feelings aside, and you start to fill yourself up with all the great things that are going to happen and what you need to do to execute the game plan. And of course, ultimately to seeing yourself, holding the trophy. And then as the game starts, all the negative and the positive go away. And then you drill yourself down into, just executing the game plan. And you don't think about the what ifs and what should have been or what could have been. You just really kind of play in the moment. And I think trust becomes a massive word when you think about it. Can I trust each one of the players that are going out there to not only to do their part from a strategic standpoint, be in the right position, be in the right places at the right time, but not get undisciplined and take poor penalties at the wrong time because their ego is bruised and someone took advantage of them, and being able to hold all that in check. So there's just so many dynamics to think about for a team in order to overcome all the obstacles to win a championship. And it's fascinating to me. It's one of the reasons I was able to play 26 years, because once you do it, you understand how fun it is, but also how complicated and intricate it is to kind of get not only the team from a physical standpoint to come together, but how a team comes together emotionally, mentally, and the spirituality around a team and the respect that lives inside that locker room is incredible.
MLB Network Radio is your home for 24/7 baseball talk, featuring on-site coverage of every major event from spring training through the World Series and expert analysis from former general managers and players. SiriusXM Channel 89.
I'm Frank Trachtenberg with your SiriusXM NHL schedule for Tuesday, November the 5th. All times are Eastern, and please remember, all games, times, and channels are subject to change. Check SiriusXM.com for the latest updates. In the NHL, 7 p.m. Toronto Maple Leafs take on the Boston Bruins. Maple Leafs on Sirius XM Channels 91, Internet 946. Bruins on Internet 921. 7 p.m. Montreal Canadiens face the Calgary Flames. Canadiens on Sirius 209, XM 220, and Internet 934. Flames on Internet 923. 7 p.m. Buffalo Sabres take on the Ottawa Senators. Sabres on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 922. Senators on Internet 939. 7 p.m. Carolina Hurricanes face the Philadelphia Flyers. Hurricanes on Sirius 210, XM 221, and Internet 924. Flyers on Internet 940. 7:30 p.m. New York Islanders take on the Pittsburgh Penguins. Islanders on Sirius 211, XM 222, and Internet 937. Penguins on Internet 941. 8 p.m. Winnipeg Jets take on the Utah Hockey Club. Jets on Sirius and XM Channels 167, Internet 951. Utah on Internet 947. 8 p.m. St. Louis Blues face the Tampa Bay Lightning. Blues on XM 223, Internet 944. Lightning on Internet 945. 8 p.m. Minnesota Wild take on the LA Kings. Wild on XM 201, Internet 933. Kings on Internet 932. 9 p.m. Colorado Avalanche take on the Seattle Kraken. Avalanche on XM 202, Internet 926. Kraken on Internet 943. 10 p.m. Anaheim Ducks face the Vancouver Canucks. Ducks on Sirius and XM Channels 91, Internet 920. Canucks on Internet 948. 10:30 p.m. San Jose Sharks face the Columbus Blue Jackets. Sharks on Sirius 208, XM 219, and Internet 942. Blue Jackets on Internet 927. For 24/7 coverage of the NHL season and hockey across the world, keep it locked on Sirius XM NHL Network